W7 full tip. I'm sorry, wait a minute. I'll see your line location. Try that one more time, please. 847 full tip. 847 full tip, okay. 4234 is a feed to Commodore with a domestic battery at 1815 North Winchester, 1835 North Winchester. Danny stated the caller and the owner of the vehicle. Alright, thank you. 111, 113, Robert, 11. 32. Okay over there? Alright, is your victim at the hospital? Someone's not there. Alright, the EMT doesn't say you could use the police as domestic related? She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Somebody with this. 2412. Veteran correct someone called in, so they have a female veteran.
Come on, StreamYard. Oh, don't be doing this. White noise in the background. Couple things. I have to have an air purifier. I didn't realize how strong it was until I came back from going to get the air purifier. It's crazy. The only thing that I qualified for was laundry detergent. So we'll see. Oh shit. I do still plan on taking off to South Carolina. Stephen Smith going to cover that case later in the week. So I don't know. I might have to stick around. All right, here's another thing. My internet keeps dropping out too. So, if it continues to do that, I'm going to use my mobile hotspot. I just hope I don't have to. Yeah. So, yeah, that just started like a half an hour before the show. I didn't thank you for everybody who showed up to the NASA stream this morning. It's something that is a I'm not going to do this all night. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go on mobile hotspot tonight. I'm not doing this tonight. Maybe later. So do me a favor. Just give me a minute here. I'm going to switch to my mobile hotspot. Give me 1 moment, please. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do that the whole night, so I can still like for right now. It's already cut now, so yeah, we're not doing it. Okay, anyway, um, thank you to everybody who showed up to that stream this morning. And speaking of, it was so cool today because and I don't know if you can tell or not, but I'll show you guys here in a second. It was so cool because I want to say thank you to the community because uh, it might be kind of hard to see. I was covering the NASA thing today, and it might be kind of hard to see, but it's a moon, and it changes all sorts of colors. It might be kind of hard to see because it's pretty bright on camera, but I want to say thank you so much because it's so cool. Um, I love space. I love outer space. I love exploration. I remember being in fourth grade, sending a letter to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory because I wanted to see pictures of galaxies. So cool. So I want to say thank you to the community for sending me that. That ended up on my door when I came back from getting the purifier. There was a package on my doorstep, and it was this glowing moon. So that changes colors and all sorts of stuff. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. I didn't stream the rest of the day because I had to do some cleaning. I only got the downstairs done. I have the upstairs to do tomorrow. So um, I'm not going to be streaming in the daytime. I'm going to be doing all the cleaning and stuff. And then I don't know. I haven't heard or seen from the landlord yet. So I'm hoping that I can get a hold of somebody tomorrow um, or you know, I hear something. Um, so that'll depend what's going on. So I'm not even sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow at all. I know I'm not going to be streaming during the daytime. I might at night, but I'm not sure. So I'll put out a community post and let you guys know um, what I do with that. Um, Now I'm going to try and do this recap again, and I'll go ahead and say hello in a minute. I'm going to try and do this recap again. Fingers crossed nothing crazy happens. For anybody that doesn't know, literally on that stream last night, right as I switched the screen, it smelled like somebody was firing up their grill, and it just kept getting stronger. And so I went downstairs to see like what the hell's going on, and there was nothing out there. And as soon as I came back upstairs, I could not see my bathroom anymore. It was already a thick cloud of smoke, and so I grabbed a couple personal things real quick. Uh, it took me a minute. Please, everybody, remember, like put your important documents, like double check where you put your shit because last night I was like, fuck, where did I even put him? It had been like 3 years since I even had to get him out. And I was like, fuck, where did I put him? And those split seconds right there made it from me being able to breathe to when I finally got my documents. I was like, seriously. Seriously. Double check your shit. Double check your shit. Just because I was trying, like, I was like, yeah, I can do it. I can do it. I just seen because the smoke came from the attic over to my side, and then it was just gushing down from the bathroom ceiling. And I literally just turned the corner and it was in the bathroom, and it only took me 20 seconds to remember where my documents were. And that 20 seconds right there, and I'm sitting there going, yeah, I could do it. I got fucking time. You don't have time. You don't. So I ended up having to be outside last night. I thought that I was streaming after everything calmed down and died down. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even know if I had a home to stay in last night. I really didn't know. I had to stand out there for hours. Um, and the 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 duplex next to me is gone. Um, I had a lot of smoke damage. Um, just basically lost clothes. I don't know. They gave me this soap. That's what I did qualify for. Was some soap for laundry to try and get the smoke smell out, but who knows if it works or not. But um, just out of habit, when I'm leaving this room, I just out of habit shut the door. Thank I'm so glad that the carpet in here is so thick and fuzzy that it literally like almost shielded this room from the rest of the freaking house. The rest of the house, there's smoke damage uh, all over everything. So, but it could have been worse. Thankfully, nobody next door. There was no ambulances. Nobody got injured. Everybody got out safe. Um, so that's what I'm going to be dealing with the next today and tomorrow. So that's why I'm not going to be streaming during the daytime. I'm still going to be getting ready for the trip. Um, and then we're going to go from there. I don't even know yeah, I don't even know. All I know is that this place is secured. None of the fire came through this side. Uh, Thank you to the firefighters. I appreciate you. If any of them are watching, thank you. Appreciate it. A lot of cleaning. A lot of cleaning. But we're safe. So I'm gonna try and do this show again tonight. Like I was saying last night, from time to time, we go back to previous episodes and you guys get to see like the older version of me. So this is from April 9th, I think it was, when I was playing this Silky episode. So I apologize if you guys remember the first. I don't even remember how much it played before I hopped in and ended the stream. I literally just hopped in just to end it real quick because I was like, I didn't even know what was going on up here. You know what I'm saying? When I came outside, there was just thick smoke just coming out all the freaking windows. I didn't even know. I didn't even know what. It was crazy. Double check your documents. Double check the things that you need to grab. Because I'm telling you, you'll think you have 20 seconds. You will think you will have it. No. What's up, Kevin? What's up, Caddy? Kelly Miller. What's up? What's up? Dre. Dre was first, I think. Mary, what's up? So I apologize. What's up, Dead Clown? What's up, buddy? I apologize for any of the chaos the next couple days. Um, I'm just trying my best to try and navigate through all this stuff. You know what I mean? This shit just comes out of nowhere. Document drop links if you want them. Idaho 4, Karen Reed, and Delphi. Appreciate the mods for doing that. If you want to send me anything, here's the information right here to send it to. I want to say thank you to Justin Webster, Ivy's father. I just want to say us in the community are with you and your loved ones and all the victims, sir. And thank you so much for your interest, and thank you so much for your desire. And I can't wait to help And I know this community can't wait to help be an extra voice for the cause. So I just want to say shout out to you, sir. I appreciate you if you're watching. What's up, Kelly? Hey, hey. So I'm gonna skip the previous Court TV episode. It's still gonna be a decent episode, okay? I'm gonna show you the evidence, and then I'm gonna kind of show you a different video as well as to the theory that I think is the one um, that took place. So we'll be doing that tonight. What's up, SM? Of course, the schedule. And please, it's evil for short. But y'all know I'm not, it's everywhereville. And I want to let everybody know it's everywhereville, CJ. Evil's just short. Hey, please hit the like if you haven't yet. I'd appreciate it. It's a free way to help. What's up, Jackie? Mary? Deb, what's up? So, this air purifier, shout out. Thank you for the suggestion. It did kind of suck. I was. Don't you hate it when you go to the store and then something's sitting on the shelf and it's like, damn, it's on sale from 100 to down to 50. All right. So then you take it to the register and then it rings up for freaking 100 and you're like, hey lady, it said on the shelf, and I even looked at the thing and it said the same brand and everything. Oh, okay, hold on, we must have made a mistake. Comes back, no, that's for the mini. I was like, this isn't the mini? And she was like, no. And I'm like, well, okay, it looks mini, but do you have any of the minis? She said, no. I was like, okay. I guess I'm getting this one. You need it. It's already helping. See, I couldn't take a full breath, even up till 5:30 in the morning. Thank you, everybody who hung out with me last night over at the lounge, keeping me awake. I appreciate you. It was definitely a nervous night last night, so I want to say thank you for anybody that did stay up last night through the morning, early morning, to keep me company. I appreciate you. That's why I love the lounge. The video from last night, you can't watch it because it already got blocked. So, but when you're in there live, it's a good vibe, right? What's up, Katrina Miller? So if you're not subbed to the lounge, definitely hit the lounge link when you see the Batismo dropping it. Or if you want the link, just request it in chat, and I'll go ahead and drop the link. What's up, Remy? Good evening. Yeah, I need to rest. I went to. This is the shitty part. I had to stay up till 5:30. Like I had to. If anybody was up with me last night, you understand why. I got up at 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning because I wanted to make sure that I was up in case the landlord came by. And nope. So literally I'm going off at 3 hours of sleep. That's why I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. We're going to be doing a late show tonight. Okay. This is why I'm doing a late show tonight. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I got to get the oil change. I got to do more cleaning. I did the downstairs today. I got to do the worst part, which is the bathroom, the hallway, and the other bedroom. My furniture, my mattress. It's garbage. Clothes, I don't know. We'll see. But I got to clean that part, the hallway, the bathroom, and the other bedroom. And then I still have to get everything prepped for the trip. And so I might not be streaming tomorrow night. I just want to give you a heads up. I'll put out a community post. But there's one thing I want to do. Definitely add me on Discord, okay? Because there is sometimes that I just chill back and watch movies, and it's stuff that you can't watch at the lounge. So if you're a member, then I'll invite you to like come watch movies with me or something while I'm just chilling back watching movies. I'm not online. I'm not at the lounge. I'm just watching movies on Netflix or something. Because really, that's what I usually do when I'm not streaming. Is I'm on like Netflix or something, watching a movie or a show or something. So uh, you're more than welcome. We'll be opening that. There's just a lot of shit going on. So, and I might be making a trip here to Henrietta, Oklahoma here in the near future. It might be coming right after the South Carolina Stephen Smith stuff coming up this weekend. So we'll see. There's a lot of stuff coming up here in the near future in the next month and a half. We're going to be busy. We're going to be going a lot of places. We're going to be covering a lot of cases. And so I appreciate you guys' company and your conversation along for all of it. The before, the after, and the during definitely means a lot. Um, all right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get in to the episode that Silky and I did. This was an episode where after I had got done, and here's the playlist. This is an episode of like I said, 15 some videos, and after I got to the end of it, okay, this is after I researched and I uncovered and I did all this homework on it. Can we trash reality TV on Discord? I'll join. Yeah, but I don't watch reality TV because it's a joke. It's a joke. Yeah, I'm on Discord. Right now we have document drops for anybody. So if you want the link, where's it at? Right here. Baptismo will be dropping the links in chat. You can just click on whatever doc drop link you want, and you're instantly in the doc drop link for the show. And the mods will update the docs when they come out, so you'll get a notification on Discord when the doc comes out. Um, I'm missing the good shit. No, no, no. Yeah, hold on. Let me get them for you. Hopefully, this shows up in all one message. We'll see. Yep, looks like it did. So there you go. Whichever one you want, go ahead and click on it. That's just for anybody. Um, this unforeseen shit. There's a lot of stuff I was gonna have done this weekend. Unfortunately, this is what it has consisted of. So, um, I got the trip. I got a lot of stuff coming up the next week and a half. So we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff coming up the next week and a half. What's up, Aaron? Good evening. Got a lot of stuff coming up the next week and a half. So I'm gonna try. Uh, uh, but it's going to be a lot of doing stuff on the road. So I am going to be doing a lot of driving. I am going to be doing a lot of streaming. So I promise. You guys know how hard I work. You guys know I give it 150. You guys know where I'm coming from. So you guys know. Yes, yes, yes. And thank you. I appreciate it, Kelly Miller. Let me know if it works okay. Okay. Let me know if it works okay. All right, so let me get to this episode with Silky and I here, and this is when, like I was saying, I this is after all of the episodes that I did, all of the research and the digging, and just going over everything and everything and everything and everything, and this is that one final episode where I was discussing the evidence, and Silky graciously was available that night and hopped on with us. Shout out Silky Southern Tea. I appreciate you so much. Uh, why is it not working here? Give me 1 second. So you're gonna get to see some old CJ here. One second, I gotta get to the video here. And let me know if the stream's okay because I am going off the mobile hotspot. My moon is so cool. All right, let me see here. And I want to shout somebody out real quick here before I do that. Typically Unique comes in this show and she hops in and she's always very supportive. And I want to shout out her channel real quick. Where did my screen share go? I want to shout her channel out real quick. Typically Unique, okay? So whenever Typically Unique hops in the show, give her a shout out. Definitely go sub. She does a podcast, her and their husband, and they talk about personal stories, advice, and advocacy. Sometimes typical, sometimes unique. They do a very interesting show, and they definitely deserve some love. Okay. Why is mental health important to us? I'm going to share this video with you. Definitely go check it out. Definitely sub. Definitely show some love. Tell her, just tell her what's up. Tell her you appreciate the hard work. Really. Right there. These channels right here should be highlighted more. You know what I'm saying? They talk about a lot of the stuff that needs to be talked about, and it's from a real approach, and it's about helping people. So please, shout out to Typically Unique. I didn't see in the chat, but before I got on today, I was like, I need to shout her out because they had a video that just came out. I'm gonna be the first like, damn it, and you know what? I'm gonna put some damn trophies on her video too. Definitely needs show some love, please. All right, so I wanted to shout her out real quick. Now we're going to get into this episode with me and Silky here. So I'm going to play this though. This is 6 months ago. Okay, so if you guys remember, I was telling you guys about, and thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. I was telling you guys about how, remember when the Murdaugh case, when Murdaugh was, whoa, hold on. All right. You know how I was telling you that the Murdaugh case was when they were opening up that investigation, when they opened up that investigation, the one that Murdaugh was convicted of. It was 2 weeks after that they discovered information from that investigation to open up Stephen Smith's investigation, but they had to not say nothing until Murdaugh was convicted because of the fear in the community, because of the generations of power or whatever, right? So when that took place, when Murdaugh was convicted, that's when the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, came out and said that instead of Stephen Smith's unaliving being a hit and run, which I went through it, that's why I covered it so much, because it was not a freaking hit and run. And I couldn't sit there and let that mother sit there and have to listen to the BS. You know what I mean? Everybody was talking about the Murdaugh stuff. Everybody was talking about the boat stuff. Nobody was talking about this shit. And when I seen it and I came across it, I was like, why in the hell not? Because this is the most effed up shit that's going on. The type of corruption that was going on. The BS. Yeah, Nina. It's blocked. It was blocked. They didn't like the singing or something. They didn't like my singing or something. But so this is a video from Court TV when they finally came out and said, you know what? It wasn't a hit and run. It was, in fact, a homicide. So I'm going to play this as the intro to the video tonight. Then we're going to watch me and Silky. Just remember, it's from April 9th. And when I come back and I kind of zoom back like I did last night, fingers crossed, because I don't want deja vu. You know what I mean? Oh. No, it could have been worse, everybody. It could have been worse.
The mysterious death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. So Smith was found dead on a Hampton County, South Carolina road back in 2015. And his death was initially ruled as a hit and run. There was no vehicle debris, no skid marks on the roadway, or any injuries consistent with him being actually hit by a vehicle. Many people were led to believe that something more nefarious happened to young Stephen Smith that day. Now, 8 years after he was killed, Stephen Smith's death has been officially characterized as a murder. Litigation firm Bland and Richter, who represents Stephen Smith's family, posted this major update to their Twitter account and to their website, saying, quote, breaking news, SLED considers Stephen Smith's death a homicide. We're committed to finding out what really happened and getting the peace and justice the Smith family deserves. Now, this update comes just days after Buster Murdaugh addressed the rumors and the speculation being told in docuseries and articles claiming that he was involved with Stephen Smith in a sexual romantic relationship and that he could potentially have had something to do with his death. All rumors, of course, all speculation. Well, Buster spoke out and responded in part, saying, quote, this has gone on far too long. These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are false. The statement goes on to further deny any involvement in Stephen's death and ask the media to stop publishing rumors about him. Now, I want to be clear here. Buster has never been officially named a suspect. He has never been charged.
Again, this is from 6 months ago. The exact date is March 22nd, 2023. So if there is any other information here and you're like, whoa, it's an old video.
In the case, and according to Stephen Smith's mom, the Murdaughs have been heavily involved in the case since the beginning. Take a listen to some of what she told us.
His body from the road, and that was about 9:30.
Hold on, let me turn closed captioning up for you real quick, and then I'll mute the music for a second so you guys can hear her.
Take a listen to some of what she told us.
His body from the road, and that was about 9:30. I seen me and my daughter and my son, Chris, seen Alex and Randy Murdaugh at the scene. When Joel was at the sheriff's department, him and Stephanie were at the sheriff's department. I was on the phone with Joel, and Joel said, hold on, Randy Murdaugh's calling. And so he said, that was strange. And I said, what was it? He said, Randy Murdaugh called and wants to help with Stephen's investigation.
I want to bring in now a very special guest. He's joining us from Columbia, South Carolina, where he practices law. He is the attorney representing the family of Stephen Smith, Eric Bland, back on the show. Eric, very good to see you. And first question, just how are you doing? You're recovering from a surgery. For those who may not have seen, I know you've made some posts on Twitter. How are you feeling this morning?
Good morning, Julie. Thank you for having me on. I had knee replacement surgery a week ago, and I've had a couple complications, but I'm happy to be here and happy to be alive. And yesterday was a really great day for the Smith family. You know, this mother has fought basically a fight alone for 8 years because she knew that her son was not killed by a vehicle. She knew that there was a homicide that took place, and she was screaming and screaming. She didn't think anybody was listening. but the state of South Carolina was listening. I received an extraordinary phone call from Chief Keel yesterday afternoon, who told me that it's the state's official position.
It's
that
Chief Keel.
Stephen
He's the
did
chief
not-
of SLED, right, Eric? He's the chief of SLED, Mark Keel.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Chief of SLED,
Yes.
he did not die as a result of a vehicle
What's up, Tiffany?
manslaughter homicide.
Oh, snap.
And that is huge. He
What's
also
up?
offered the manpower now to this case that was originally diverted over to the Murdaugh murder case.
Yeah, thank you again, everybody that hung out with me last night and kept me company and kept me awake. I appreciate you. Definitely was good times singing, listening to music, playing some games, having fun. It was definitely a good time over at the lounge. That's what it's for. For those nights where you wake up the next morning and the shit's blocked. And that's what it's for.
He's
lounge.
committed to partnering with us in the exhumation
What's up, Kevin?
of Stephen's body to determine the cause of death. And he's going to send
The lounge,
his
baby.
experts along with our experts to have the forensic analysis done. He believes that there's people that are should be willing to talk now that Alex has been convicted of murder, and that there's a small group of people that have knowledge about what happened. And it's very encouraging.
Oh, absolutely it is. I mean, this is really, really big. And tell me, Eric, when you were talking with Chief Mark Keel, the chief of SLED, did he use the word murder in his conversation with you?
No, he said that it was clearly an intentional killing. He used the word homicide. He said that it was the cause of death was not as indicated on the death certificate or by the pathologist, which is extraordinary. It's essentially stating that, you know, a governmental official for 7 years had just got it wrong on the death certificate. And
A whole bunch of people got it wrong. A whole bunch.
I don't know if you know, but at the time there was a high
Me too.
conflict between Highway Patrol and SLED and the pathologist as to the cause of death. Everybody realized exactly what you said in the intro.
And the coolest thing about the lounge is there's no cover fee. There's no cover fee. You get in for free.
You know, there were no skid marks. There were no debris from the car.
No cover.
There was no markings on Stephen showing he was hit by a bumper of a car. All the things that would indicate that somebody was hit by an automobile on a road.
Nothing.
Everything that existed at the time of death showed that Stephen was killed somewhere else. Julie, his shoes were loosely tied and they were not blown off. Now you can imagine on a country road, if somebody's driving 40, 50, 60 miles an hour and you're struck by an automobile, you're going to have your shoes blown off. There's going to be other.
And if you're walking down a paved highway in the middle of the summer when the pavement's hot, you're not going to have wet and dry mud and dirt on the bottom of your shoe soles, people. You're not. That's why I keep referring to that little house right next to where his body was.
Debris, clothes are going to be ripped. There were very little abrasions on his body.
The craziest part is I freaking discovered in the whole report, one person, the first person that shows up, states he was wearing a white polo, but everything else in the documentation, even the change of custody for the items, says black Nike t-shirt. Why does the first person showing up say white polo? You're going to see it. Just wait.
It defies credulity.
Sure.
So many things.
Sure.
messed
And
up
tell
in
us
this.
more, please, Eric, about the initial autopsy results, because my understanding is that there might have been some blunt force trauma to Stephen Smith's head, seeming like perhaps he was beaten to death and perhaps his body was just dumped in the middle of the roadway, making sense of why there are no other indications that this was, some type of a vehicular homicide.
Yeah, correct. Initially, they thought it was a gunshot wound. They did a GSR test, a gunshot residue test to determine, was he shot? There was no obviously gunpowder or anything like that. And there was some blue flaking on the back of his head, which we believe may indicate it was a baseball bat. It's easy to match that up with and determine if it's a metallic car paint or whatever. It was not car paint. Yes, he bled.
And by the way, once I get into the evidence, just as a heads up to everybody, it is graphic, it is triggering, okay? Most of this episode is going to be graphic or triggering. So please, if you need to take a break, please do. Here's the playlist, okay? If you do want to watch something when it comes to this, definitely, let me see here. Where is it? Check out this, okay? This is an interview where I had Suzanne Andrews on, okay? So if it is triggering for you, please click on this and watch this interview that I had with her. She was the founder of the Standing for Stephen, where she got the she helped raise the funds to get the headstones for Stephen Smith and his father. So, and I'm going to take you guys there as well when I make it down there. So, if it is triggering, please check out this episode instead. It's still on the topic, but it's an interview that I had with her back then. So, it is going to get graphic here as we get into the part that I and Silky get into. Just as a heads up, we still have about 8 minutes or so on this, but I just wanted to give everybody a heads up.
On the road, if you see some of the autopsy pictures, they haven't been released, but he did bleed on the road. But that's often what happens with a closed head injury when the person is finally rested. The other thing is, was he put in the middle of the road so that another car would run over him? Or was he actually hit again by another car? All these things have to be determined.
Sure.
But just to have the state come out finally for this mother and say, your son was killed intentionally by human hands.
Mm-hmm. This is big news, as you know, Eric. And for the Smith family, our hearts.
Again, this is from 6 months ago. The episode we're going to watch of me and Silky is from April. And then I'm going to show you another episode where I kind of show you what might, because there's a few different theories of who it was and, all this other, right? I'm going to show you the video where I talk about that part and why I think that. Yeah.
Go out to them. Most certainly people all around the country, really the
We'll
world.
be doing more shows when we go down there too, because I'm going to be doing shows in the hotel as well. So trust me, I already have stuff up here that we're going to be doing as I'm on location, plus while I'm at the hotel.
Have become interested in this case because it is so mysterious and perhaps something very nefarious did happen to Stephen Smith. That being said, now I know that your family has chosen to represent the Smith family, not taking any money for the representation and leading the charge on an independent investigation. Stephen Smith's body is set to be exhumed. How is this going to go now with SLED saying, okay, look, we believe somebody intentionally killed him? Are they going to be participating in the exhumation? What's going to be the process, if you know, please, Eric?
Yeah, Julie. Chief Keel originally said, look, we don't think you have to exhume the body. We agree with you that he was killed by human hands and it was a homicide. We believe we do because we want to change that death certificate from being a vehicular homicide to being killed somewhere else, and it'd be.
And thank you all for the help when we promoted those links as well. You guys did show up and help out with that too, and I just want to say thank you all for always showing up with these different links that we throw out there, whether it's for signatures or buying a pack of tulips or a t-shirt or any of these things that help their causes. I appreciate you guys also reaching out and helping with these causes as well. It definitely makes a difference. I mean, look at this. Sandy Smith was able to get her son exhumed so they could do a second autopsy and have a real autopsy done. Very important, especially when it comes to justice happening for these families and the victims.
The murder charge. So we believe the pathologist report has to be changed, and it can only be done if there is a finding by credentialed experts. And Chief Keel understood and said, we will be with you. We want to protect, meaning the Smith family wants to protect the chain of evidence, because we want the state ultimately to prosecute whoever is responsible for this. You know, right now we were trying to find out what happened. Well, now we know that at least the state views it as a murder, but we still have to find out how it happened. And then once we find out how it happened, we have to find out who did it. So the state has agreed to share information with us, and we've always said in my first press conference, everything we obtain, we will be transparent. We are transparent with the money that was raised on the GoFundMe campaign, and we're going to be transparent with any piece of evidence that we obtain, because we think it's important ultimately, because it's going to be the state that's going to have to prosecute who's ever responsible for this unfortunate crime.
Yes, and to that point, Eric, I wanted to ask you about that, please, the GoFundMe. You know, Sandy Smith, you know, this heartbroken mother, you know, has resorted to that, you know, prior to this big news of the change in the characterization of how Stephen Smith was killed. And so she was, you know, seeking the public's help. That GoFundMe was very successful. I believe around $80,000 or upwards of that was raised. What happens now with that money? Because really, if this is, you know, a state investigation, this should be state funds being paid out to do the second autopsy or whatever other investigatory work needs done.
These funds are going directly into our experts. We have hired in the process of hiring our own forensic pathologists, our own investigators. We are going to, as we committed to the GoFundMe campaign, doing a parallel investigation. Look, in the Satterfield case, in Gloria Satterfield, I and my partner, Ronnie Richter, provided all of the evidence to the state that we had obtained in early September 2021, which led to Alex being charged for Gloria Satterfield's $4.3 million theft. There's no reason why private citizens can't parallel do their own work and provide information. And so that is why we raised the money. And all this money is going to go into this investigation. It's not going to Sandy Smith. You won't see her house get painted. This is a woman that works at a school. She doesn't even have internet. And
the wallet being in
she
the
didn't
car,
have the resources to do what we're able to do now. I was always willing to give my time, but you know, Julie, the cost of this type of exhumation, and the body's going to have to be transported to another state, because that is the expert that we've chosen. The costs are extraordinary.
Can you tell us who is going to be doing the second autopsy?
No, I can't, other than I think it's going to be somebody from New York City. We've hired Dr. Dupree from Columbia, South Carolina, who's going to help us.
And she did.
In the process. There's going to be 2 or 3 forensic paths.
And there is, you can look up some videos. We're not going to get into them tonight, but there is some videos. If you look up Michelle Dupree, Dupree, and then Stephen Smith, you'll see the videos where she discusses the second autopsy as well. It was a very good autopsy, the results.
Pathologists that we're going to have there, so that there's no
Oh, for sure, Snap. Yeah. Yeah, check out my playlist sometime, Snap. I'm sure you'd be pretty interested in it. There's a lot of stuff we got into.
And the state's going to be there at the exact same time, so the chain of custody of evidence will be preserved.
Right. That's
Forget the
certainly key,
first
as you know.
episode. Skip the
Attorney
Buster
Eric
one.
Bland, always great to talk with you. I know we're going to be talking more and more as the weeks and months go on. Every good wish to you in your recovery, and certainly to the Smith family in their quest for justice. Thank you
Love you,
kindly.
dude.
Take
I
good
always
care.
like appearing on your show. You're kind and
Come
you're
on,
thoughtful and
YouTube.
you're well informed.
Thank you so much. Well, that means a lot coming from you. Speak soon, Eric.
Okay. So I wanted to show you guys that. Is it going to go away? Wanted to show you guys that before we get into the episode where I kind of went into the evidence and Silky joined me for that episode. Let me see here. And I believe it was not the last, but one right at the last of the episode. So it was like a finale pretty much. Yeah. And these are the connections right here that we're going to go into after this episode. Patrick, Sean, and Mark. You know what I'm talking about, Snap. Patrick, Sean, and Mark. That's what I think took place. So I have a question. There's only one. It's on page 98 of the report. Okay, so this is when Silky joined 2910. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and mute my stuff. So I have a question. There's only one. It's on page 98 of the report. Oh, I haven't had my Space Age Funky beat up. About a white polo. Officer Singleton. Okay, so I mentioned about the white polo. Okay. About in the report. And I'm going to share that report with you guys too. If you guys would like to read the full report, here it is. The full report. Hopefully it'll fit. Did it fit? Yes, it fit. There you go. There's the whole report, okay? The whole report. It is redacted, of course. But it's the whole report right here. You get the whole report right there. A CL06215. Everything. So whenever I'm talking about this stuff, I'm going to refer to these documents. Okay, I went through these documents. I did my own read through video on it. I went through it a few more times after that, skimming. That's when this episode takes place between me and Silky. After I get done skimming through everything and I'm checking everything and I'm digging through everything and it's after all these episodes that I've been doing all this research and just it ain't a hit and run, people. You know, trying to show, trying to explain, trying to pound it out there like this is not a freaking hit and run, people. So there's the full report. All right. So I'm talking about the white polo I mentioned a couple seconds ago, where I said somebody mentioned a white polo, and then everything else in these 100 and some pages is all about a black Nike T-shirt. Oh, do you have like a hot towel on it or something, or a cool towel? Or?
No, my shoe is just kind of my slipper is just kind of wet, but
Oh no!
yeah,
Oh.
it's got bunny fur around it too, so it got kind of messed up.
Well, you can throw those in the wash real quick. I hope your skin's okay from the burn.
Oh, it'll be okay eventually.
Oh no. You got to be
It's all right.
careful.
I know. I'm kind of clumsy in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I can cook. I cook all the time, but me and stoves and yeah, not so much.
Not so much.
Uh
I love it. So I have a question.
huh.
There's only one, it's on page 98 of the report, and there's only one mention about a white polo. Officer Singleton. I
Goodness.
I will put, oh, shoot. I will put the full report in chat so anybody can bring it up if they'd like. It's on page 98.
I've
And I'll
got
go
it
ahead and
on my
show it
phone.
on.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, page 98. Here, let me scroll down. This will be quicker.
I have to get my glasses on.
Because when you go through the whole report, there's even the evidence check in and everything. It's all about a black Nike t shirt. Even the photos that we'll be going into later, it's all a black Nike t shirt. So let me make sure this is displayed as full as I can put it. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to take us out of the screen here real quick. Okay.
Let's see.
So I'm going to read this for everybody. Now, this is date
Pay
entered
attention to this.
7/9
This is crazy.
2015. So this is the next day because they found the body July 8th, 2015 at 3:48 a.m. So this is the next day, 7/9/2015, and this is from Officer Singleton, an incident report supplemental. Detailed statement of investigation on 7/8/2015.
All right, and this is the part. I'm going to have the trigger warning right here. It's going to be up on the top right of the screen, though, because I do have to show the date just to remember or remind everybody when this was, because there are different parts of the investigation that changed since then. Nothing with these papers, though. So the graphic warning will be in the top right. There will be photos that will be graphic as well. So please, if it is going to be triggering, please ask you to take a break. Go check out the interview that I had Susanna Smith on. During that break, definitely go watch that. It still talks about the case, but we don't get into the graphic nature for that. So definitely check that out if you do need to back out and because of triggering or graphic content. Okay. I just want to give you guys a heads up. This is where we're going to be getting into that section now.
I, Detective Singleton, received a call at home from Sergeant Smith with the Hampton County Sheriff's Office requesting my assistance on Sandy Run Road in Crocketville, located in Hampton County, in reference to a dead body in the highway. I responded, and upon my arrival, I was met by Corporal Bridges, who informed me that around 4 a.m. they received a call from 911 to respond to the location in reference to a person laying in the highway. Once there, Corporal Bridges realized that the person laying in the road was deceased. Corporal Bridges also mentioned that one Ronnie Capers Jr. reported this to 911. I, Detective Singleton, went up to take a look at the body and noticed a slender-built white male on the highway with khaki shorts and a white polo shirt.
Hmm. Wow. Wow.
That's the only mention of a white or a polo anywhere.
Okay, I don't know what happened there.
Acted Mark.
That's weird. Okay.
the gas cap door. Why is it? What the heck? It went to this video now? Hold on. I don't know what happened, everybody. Sorry. I don't know why it's going to that video now. On the highway with khaki shorts and a white polo shirt.
Wow. Wow.
That's the only mention. Hold on. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Detailed statement of investigation. On 7/8/2015, I, Detective Singleton, received a call at home from Sergeant Smith with the Hampton County Sheriff's Office requesting my assistance on Sandy Run Road in Crocketville, located in Hampton County, in reference to a dead body in the highway. I responded, and upon my arrival, I was met by Corporal Bridges, who informed me that around 4 a.m. they received a call from 911 to respond to the location in reference to a person laying in the highway. Once there, Corporal Bridges realized that the person laying in the road was deceased. Corporal Bridges also mentioned that one Ronnie Capers Jr. reported this to 911. I, Detective Singleton, went up to take a look at the body and noticed a slender-built white male on the highway with khaki shorts and a white polo shirt.
Hmm. Wow. Wow.
That's the only mention of a white or a polo anywhere in this whole 110 pages. When you look at the evidence check-in, and I will go to that, one Blackie Nike short sleeve shirt,
Wow.
one pair of khaki cargo shorts. Then they took a sample, one pair of blue airspeed footwear shoes. Nothing about a white polo. You go down here, I think it's page 88. No, 80, 83. This is the evidence collected. Black short sleeve shirt. Black short sleeve shirt. Tan khaki shorts, blue athletic shoes. Next page. Dispatch 911 recording. Next page. Apple cell phone. Okay. And this is what I want you to pay attention to, okay? So when it comes to who turns in the black shorts, the tan khaki shorts, and the blue athletic shoes, Ronnie Smith, okay? Now, you know how there's been all this crazy talk about this cell phone and how Sandy Smith, which is true, was the secondary fingerprint to unlock that phone. When they went to retrieve the phone to meet Sandy Smith so she could unlock the phone, the officer realized there was no chain of custody at that point with the phone. He eventually obtained the phone, went to meet Sandy Smith to unlock the phone. She tried using her finger and it would not unlock the phone. Now, this is what I want you to pay attention
Wow.
to. Officer Singleton is the one that reported the white polo shirt, right?
Right.
Look who turned in the cell phone. Perry Singleton.
Huh. Wow.
And this is what's crazy about this too. Now, I don't know. This could be something. It could be nothing. But I was really looking into this from and to when it comes to the transfer, okay, of all this evidence. So when you're looking at the transfer of evidence, okay, and this may not be a big deal, but it sticks out to me. The first part, you're looking at the shorts, the shoes, and the shirt.
Hmm.
If you look at the from and to, it's always the to is always the next from. Ronnie Smith to DB. DB is at the next from. This person at the next from. This person or locker at the next from. This person at the next from. This person at the next from. This person at the next from. You go to the 911 recording. The to is the next from. 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 You go to the phone. See this big gap? 710 to 84.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Look at the to and look at the from. It's the only one out of these 110 pages of any of these transfers where the to does not match the from. There is no MBERUBE. It's sled fusion. It's the only one that says location is the next from, not the last two. It could be something, it could be nothing.
But it stayed for almost a month.
Right. They lost the chain of custody, remember?
Yeah. So what happened to that phone during that time?
That's why, and this is just an assumption. I'm assuming the reason that it's sled fusion is because they lost the chain of custody, which there wasn't one. They finally retrieved it and handed it back to sled fusion. Didn't have the previous two because they didn't have the previous chain of custody.
Or they didn't want to put it on there.
I
I
don't
mean, I know
know.
you're supposed to, but you know.
I don't know.
And it was given to that person, Berubi, I don't know.
Hmm.
Anyway, for analysis. So, I mean, I can see where it would take a while maybe to do analysis, but yeah, that is very odd.
Well, it was right after it was taken for analysis. It was supposedly returned. That's why the officer wanted to meet the mother to use her secondary print to unlock the phone. When he went to go get it, they had no chain of custody. He didn't know where it was at.
Hmm.
They didn't even know who had it.
That's very sus.
And then when they get it back, she's the secondary fingerprint
And it doesn't work.
and it doesn't work. And then it takes them 2 more years to send it to get it unlocked when they kept telling Sandy Smith they're getting ready to send it off to get unlocked. It took them 2 years.
Yeah, I would say somebody intervened in that for sure. Um, I mean, my question is, if it was a fingerprint to open it, how on earth did they change that where she wasn't the secondary? How did they get in it to start with, unless somebody used Steven's fingerprint?
Well, his body went from the crime scene to the funeral home.
But if somebody, like if you could open it one time in there, you could change the secondary.
Right. Exactly.
Hmm. Yeah, it seems to me like there is some suspicious, and I don't know whether that is from pressure from the Murdochs. I mean, I honestly believe that um, for whatever reason, whether one of them are guilty or not, I think it was the pressure from them that kept this case as a hit and run instead of
Hmm.
obviously a murder. So
Oh
uh,
yeah. Do they fingerprint a person during autopsy?
I believe they do, don't they?
I would assume they would.
Hmm.
But and see, I want to make something else clear. This whole time we thought it was Alex's brother Randy
Yeah.
that showed up at the crime scene. It was their dad,
It was.
the grandpappy.
Oh, Randy didn't show up.
The father, Alec and Randy's father, is Randy also.
Right. He's the whatever number.
He's the one that showed up. He was the same person that showed up when the boat accident happened as well.
Right. Now I did know that, but for some reason I was thinking it was the son, Randy, that showed up. But wasn't
That's
it?
what we thought.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. That's why when, because you do remember how the firm came out and said Randy did not offer any kind of help, right? And we were all like,
Mhm.
"That's a bold faced lie." No, it's the truth. It
Oh,
wasn't him.
it was the son, Randy, that
It
offered
was
help.
no. The son Randy is the one that works at the firm
Oh, okay.
with alongside Alec, and everybody thought that the brother was the one that was there eh, offering the services and offering the help, but it wasn't. So when they were asking the law firm, the news agencies are asking the law firm, did Randy offer help? They're asking about, did Randy the brother offer the help? And so they're saying no, he didn't, which is true because it wasn't him all along. It's their father, Randy.
Oh. Okay, so which
Hello,
one
Angela.
um I just watched an interview from a documentary with Sandy, and in it,
Sandy Smith.
yes, and she said that Stephen's father, that and she just said Randy Murdoch, so I'm not sure which one that was. I assumed it was the younger, but she said he was helping her ex-husband with some, I don't know, some unrelated case. So, that was why he offered assistance in, or she figured
Mhm.
that's why he offered assistance in this, because he was already helping him with something. But I don't know now if that was senior, the older Randy or the younger.
Right. No,
Hmm.
this is from an interview that she had. I seen it it was either, I know it was at least 2 days ago, but it could have been late in the middle of the night when I seen it going through some prep and stuff. Um, because I was shocked too, and then I automatically went, well, that's why the firm was saying that Randy didn't offer any help to him. So then it all made sense to me after that.
Yeah, that's kind of slick, though. You know.
Hmm. Yeah, the same one that showed up at the boat accident's the same one that showed up at the crime scene with Alec.
Hmm.
So when it comes to the fingerprint and the cell phone, I wouldn't, when the body goes, like they have connections down there. When the body goes from the crime scene to the funeral home, I mean,
Yeah.
when the pathologist is pushing hit and run, I mean,
Well, I mean,
it
it's everywhere. It's kind of like a little club, even if you don't mean to be nefarious. um you work with people, you get to know people. it's not like you're just walking in cold to New York City and you're just giving your opinion. No, this isn't what happened. I think it colors your whole perspective. Well, this person that I've known and, went to his barbecue, at his house last week or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
A small community. And I think that's what has always intrigued me, maybe not in a good way, about our town is, you see these attorneys on opposite sides of the courtroom and they are just going at each other. And then they walk out of court and their friends like, see you tomorrow night. Yeah. That's weird.
Right.
That's weird to me.
Yeah. Yep. See you tonight at the horseshoe throwing
Yeah,
contest. Yeah.
exactly.
It's creepy, and it's like the house of cards, man. They all protect each other because if one of them gets yanked out, then they all fall down.
Hmm.
And so it's this brotherhood that they have, you know, that it's creepy as fuck, man. It's creepy as hell. And it's with any of these cases that we're following. I mean, gosh, the Flora shit just reminds me so much of
Oh, yeah.
this. It really does. And
Well,
it's another small ass community.
yeah, and the smaller the town, the more, unless you live there, you don't know who is related to whose son or daughter is dating somebody else. And I mean, there's so many connections. It's like
It's
you
just
can be just like in Florida, you had the volunteer fireman who's also on duty policeman. Like, how many jobs do you have to have? you know?
right. Yeah, and they're all like volunteers for each other here and there, and it's just like, whoa. But I get it because they don't have enough people there to
Right.
be able to staff those things. But it
Yeah.
is creepy how they're all, like they're all connected. When we were covering that case and just looking at all the little towns that were all just right there, and it's just like, wow.
Oh yeah. It's crazy.
What's up, Cherry Cherry? Thanks again for hopping in, Angela. I think you might be new. I don't remember your name. And if anybody else would like to hop up, you're more than welcome. Is there anything you want to mention about the evidence or anything before we chill back and watch some of these court TVs with Kinsey and Dr. Michelle Dupree? Just
Um,
checking out.
I have, which I've already shot a video. I haven't edited it yet, but I don't know because I don't get to join y'all all the time. How much and what theories you have, but somebody brought up to me a very interesting theory about, I think, the younger Randy Murdoch. Um, Steven said that he, or the I think his sister Jessica had said that he was meeting somebody in Hilton Head, and I think Mark also said that, and a wealthy client, whatever. And so people have speculated if it was the younger Randy, because, and what if it was the younger Randy and he called for an escort and they send Steven, and then when he gets there, he's like, "Oh crap, I know this guy. I used to coach him and what was it, baseball or whatever."
Mhm,
And
mhm.
which is weird because why, I mean, honestly, why do you want to coach if you don't have a child playing? That's weird to me. Like, why do you want to hang out with kids? You don't have any. Um or you don't have a son, whatever. But yeah, I thought, and maybe their theory was, so Steven shows up, Randy is like, "Oh crap, now I'm busted because I have asked for a gay escort and now he can blackmail me, let's whatever." I don't know. What do you think about that?
I mean, I can. There's some escort stuff out there. You know what I'm saying? When it came to Alec, we already know about Steven because his sister admitted such.
Yes.
Um, but see, I kind of have a different. So I'm kind of leaning towards a different theory that a lot of people aren't really. Uh, and it's I don't know. It's very odd that the Murdaws are all like calling and all this other stuff, right? So
Oh
the
yeah.
probability of them being involved, in my opinion, is pretty high. But
Oh yeah.
I can't get off the smart character. I can't get off the fact that his mom, Sandy, in multiple interviews keeps talking about this fishing trip that was coming up that weekend with somebody that was important. I can't get off the fact that his sister was talking about how somebody was harassing them, and then he became friends with them a couple weeks before he passed. I can't get off the fact that you go to Mark's freaking Facebook and you see all these things about how he's in a relationship 2 weeks before Steven passes, and he has all this stuff, but there's no Steven Smith anywhere on his Facebook. He's
Right.
he's not even tagged in a relationship with Steven. And then I can't get past the fact that Mark is stating that he was supposed to come over there that night, and it's pretty obvious to me that he wasn't, because if he was, he wouldn't have wanted to walk an hour and something home. He wouldn't have not wanted to call his sister, and if he really did run out of gas and he was heading to Mark's, he would have had Mark come bring him some gas. So I
Yes.
think I have a feeling, and where the car was left, I just have this really weird feeling that Mark, as jealous as he is, because if you look at a lot of those Facebook posts, the venom, the anger, the words, the
Mhm.
threats, the bullying, everything that takes place in those messages, I have a feeling like the dude snapped because he found out about this fishing trip. He was already jealous because of the escort shit.
Mhm.
And it was probably like a thing where it's like, I'm not, I know I'm not going to do some shit at my own home. Hey, Steven, can I meet you at this little spot on the side of the country road that's the only pavement patch off to the side of the road that goes forever? And it would be a perfect meetup spot. And then I can just chase your ass through the woods and do what I came there to do, kind of thing. I know the chance of it being that is like so small, but I just can't get
Well,
past that.
it's very possible. I mean, I've found some other stuff and some other theories. It seems to me that Stephen had a lot going on, and
Hmm.
you know whether the Murdochs were protecting. I don't necessarily at this point, think that he had a relationship with Buster or anything like that. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. With any of them, it's possible. But there was so much, and the one thing when I see all this stuff with Mark, I know there's no accounting for taste sometime, but I'm like, why, Stephen? If you were actually in a relationship, like Stephen was a very, very handsome, guy. Like Mark is not, and he's kind of creepy. Like, don't I just I don't know. I question how much Stephen was in a relationship with him. Maybe not
Yeah,
as much as Mark thought.
I think I think that was the person that was harassing him, and I think that's the person where Steven probably felt like he couldn't get away. He couldn't stop because I mean, hell, Mark was slam calling LE like nonstop. If you look in the full report, there's note after note after note. Mark
Hmm.
called, Mark called, Mark called, Mark called, Mark called, and with just the, I just, I don't, I feel like Steven was like, I know that this guy can hurt me. I know if I try and just get rid of him, that it's just going to bring nothing but harm. So maybe I can pretend to be friendly, and maybe after time he'll eventually just leave, is what I'm thinking he was at. And that's why I think his sister was like, yeah, there was somebody harassing him, and then he became friends with him a couple weeks before he passed. And so
Yeah.
I'm just putting those two together, like the dude, He probably just said, "Fine, I'll be with you," just to get,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Just to
Yeah.
get him to stop. And so that's why I think Mark put it up there. That's why I think there was no tags in it. And that's why I think that's who it is. In my opinion, that's who that person is. And that's what took place. And I just can't get past I know the percentage is like this small, but just something just don't seem right with that dude and the story. He still hasn't even taken
Hmm.
a polygraph test.
Yeah, I'm not okay with him. Does it make him the perpetrator? It doesn't not. But yeah, I don't like Mark.
What's
I
up,
think
G?
here's the thing, and I believe that they're going to say this is well, they've already said it's a homicide, but it seems to me if you're going to hit somebody that hard in the head, that is a crime of passion, not of um I don't know, not of
A prank.
hazing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's
Right.
not like Buster and his friends, like just, and somebody says something, they get mad. Maybe they might beat him up. Maybe they might, do something stupid, pants him, or leave him naked outside. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you're drunk or whatever, and you do something to me, um, that is to me it was purposeful. You
Oh
know?
yeah. Yeah, with passion.
Yeah.
And when we get into the evidence and everything, the very graphic stuff, this is where I would like us to try and talk about what we think happened after we start investigating the crime scene. Um, because before the crime scene photos came out, I assumed a lot of things, and when it came out, I was even thrown back. I never thought it was a hit and run, and I thought things went a certain way. But when the crime scene photos came out, it really made me start to question how could what makes sense,
Yeah.
how does it even make sense?
I
So,
am. See, I haven't had a chance to dive in. I've got I'm in so many places with my research. So I'm really excited about looking at stuff because I haven't had as much time to research as I want to.
oh yeah. Well, if there's any, I know my shows are long, they're like 3 or 4 hours, but I did try and like separate them when it came to the different subjects and stuff. So I know that uh, pretty much all the episodes that we do, there's not really much fluff in it. It's a lot of substance. So if there's anything that anybody does want to check out about a certain topic, that's in the description. Definitely give it a check out. I apologize, they're so long, but there's so much to this case. Let me see. Yeah, are you working, Kevin? And we did have a theories and thoughts episode. Yeah, I appreciate you, Angela. And thank you. You're bringing up some good points in chat, too. All right. So we're going to go to this Court TV episode. There's a few of them, and it has Kenny Kinsey, Dr. Uh, Michelle Dupree. So they're going to talk about the crime scene, kind of what they're doing when it comes to the autopsy, different things like that. Then we're going to get into the actual crime scene itself, and then we're going to discuss that as well. So I may not play all of them. Let's see, 7:30. How long do you get to hang out with us tonight, Silky?
I don't have a bedtime tonight.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just want to make
everybody's
sure.
home and accounted for. I'm good.
And if anybody wants to hop up, you're more than welcome. We're going to start with this court TV and then play a couple videos, and then we'll get into the crime scene. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out.
Court TV is on the ground gathering the very latest. Let's take you out to Hampton County, South Carolina right now, where we find Court TV legal correspondent Shanley Payne, who has a closer look at the stretch of roadway where Stephen Smith's body was found, and she has with her a special.
Hey, good morning, Julie. I returned to the scene where Steve was found in 2015, and I spent about an hour with crime scene expert Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
What's up,
You may
Kid Kitty?
remember him as the star witness of the
Hey.
Alex Murdaugh double murder trial.
Hey.
Shoots Paul in the back of the head like this, and where does the blood spatter go?
Good evening.
Hi, Silky.
Hey.
I'm always late for your shows, but I do type in there.
I think did I put your link in the chat?
You're
Yes, I
just
did.
fashionably late. That's all.
I am.
And if you're not subbed to
But I
Silky,
make-
please sub to Silky.
I make sure I get on there and at least like and leave a comment. So
It won't be an all-nighter. No, it's not going to be an all-nighter. I got work tomorrow. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Yeah, we'll be getting into the theories and stuff when we get into the crime scene. We have to get into the crime scene first. Let me see here. Let me get back to this court TV. This is Kenneth Kinsey here.
Was in the door frame at the door.
Dr. Kinsey, things that you said stuck out to you in the investigation report. The look is here at the scene. Talk to me about that.
Well, typically, Ms. Chandler, you're going to have car parts, plastic, glass. You know, those lenses, they don't hold up to a lot of impact. And the ones that I have worked that were intentional, and also the ones I've assisted with patrol with, I believe there's always been debris.
Dr. Kinsey, you've marked
That's
the
right.
spot where we believe Stephen Smith's body was found. Now, on him, in his front pocket, Dr. Kinsey, his phone, undamaged, and car keys. His shoes down here still on his feet, loosely tied. The damage, according to the reports, to the head area only is what they observed here at the scene.
It doesn't take a lot of force to break a cell phone. I do it all the time. And I can't imagine that Mr. Smith was struck. And with the friction of the highway, it's unforgiving.
Exactly,
It's
Angela.
hard to explain how that phone wouldn't be damaged. The shoes, like I said, I've never been a trooper. I've assisted on a number of them. And everything that was said earlier about the shoes, I believe the shoes are, at least one of them is usually ejected.
Right.
The lack of damage to the clothing, and that's what I have done. And I look at the clothing, and I don't see a lot of defects in the clothing that is caused from contact with the pavement. And the positioning on the middle line, I mean, at bare minimum, I don't think a person could mistakenly hit someone and not know they hit someone.
Right.
NALSLED is investigating this as a homicide. And so, let's say they return here to the scene. What are some things they're going to be looking for here? Show me what they'd be looking for.
They're gonna probably come back just like we talked this morning, if they haven't already. I don't want to speak for Sled because I know all those men and women. And they're going to come back, they're going to do their own measurements, and they're going to find their own characteristics in the horizon and their own features. And they're going to map this thing, every inch of it. That's 30 foot. 30 foot. We're close. Look at here, that's 30 foot. And it's 32 foot off that whole. So where's this area right here? His feet would have been in this area, and then his head in that direction.
Dr. Kinsey, there's a lot of unanswered questions about this scene, things that maybe the new investigation will reveal. Maybe some of those answers will come to light, but there's some things that maybe we just will never know about what really happened here, right?
Yeah, Shanley, that if you knew 100%, it would always be perfect. And evidence degrades over time, memories fade, things are missed. But I believe the key here is someone knows. Someone knows, because people can't be quiet, and somebody knows, and they're scared to come forward for whatever reason. But somebody knows, and the Smith family deserves answers.
And Julie, Dr. Kinsey told me that any pieces of the puzzle he wishes he had now would be the answer to the exact injuries that Stephen Smith sustained before he died. And we may have those answers sooner than later, as the attorneys for Stephen's mother, Sandy Smith, are seeking permission to have his body exhumed. And we are expecting a big announcement from her attorneys coming up on Monday. For now, Julie, I'll send it back to you.
Our thanks to Chanley Painter for her reporting this morning. Speaking of the attorneys for the Smith family, we have them both joining us now. They're standing by in Columbia, South.
Okay, so I'm going to skip that part because that was 10 days ago. And I believe this is where one of them stated they felt it was still a hit and run, which is old news. So we're going to go to the next episode now. This is after they performed the second autopsy. And this is Dr. Michelle Dupree and Mr. Kenny Kinsey again on this episode.
From Columbia, South Carolina. Former medical examiner, retired forensic pathologist, Dr. Michelle Dupree is with us. And also joining me from Cope, South Carolina, crime scene expert, key forensic witness in the Alec Murdaugh trial, and owner of Kenny Kinsey and Associates, LLC, Dr. Kenny Kinsey. And Dr. Kinsey, I understand you're on vacation joining us. Is that true?
That could be too, Pam.
Off and on, Vinny. Just
Okay.
Chance.
Okay. All right. Dr. Michelle Dupree, I want to begin with you. And first, walk us through the process of Stephen's body being exhumed and what was done and how this process unfolded.
Okay, sure. Well, first, permits were gotten, and then the team was organized. And basically, we exhumed the body from the burial site, which was in a vault, a concrete vault. We then removed that vault with a coffin in it to a secure location and took the casket out of the vault. We did not open the casket until we got to the location in Tampa where the autopsy was done. All of this was done under the police escort of SLED. They accompanied us all the way to Florida and back, and were in fact even in the autopsy suite with us, taking photographs and documenting everything. Once we got there, we were able to actually do a complete and thorough autopsy, or second autopsy, on Stephen, because really everybody sort of that has been involved in this has done a very professional job, and we were able to do again a complete and thorough second autopsy. Once that was completed, we then moved Stephen's body back in a casket back to South Carolina and reburied him on Sunday.
So were you surprised that after all these years, you were able to do that full second autopsy?
Not really. I mean, so much depends on a lot of factors, the condition of the body, obviously.
I think Dr. Dupree's signal is freezing up
from the
on us
very
a little
beginning.
bit. Can you just repeat that, Dr. Dupree? Because we missed that because your signal froze there for just a moment. And I think it's still freezing. Maybe we can get her on the phone. Maybe we can get her on the phone really quickly. That would be helpful.
You're right,
Something's
Angela.
happening with the Skype signal. Dr. Kenny Kinsey also with us. So, Kenny, looking at this first step, this autopsy, the results there, what sort of questions does it raise? How will that information be used to try to piece together how he ended up on that road?
Vinny, as I've spoken with some of your cohorts, it's very, very important to my part of the investigation because it's what I use to confirm, either include or exclude certain factors. And I went back to the beginning when the autopsy was taking place. The pathologist, Dr. Dupree, the pathologist, the anthropologist, they're doing their thing. But I've got to go back and confirm, verify, and look at all the things that have remained constant and all the things that have changed. So I've been, going one direction, they're going the other direction. But now that they have those results together, as a team, probably in a war room somewhere, and we will figure out the next steps.
So how much of this is driven by the information that you get from this second autopsy, in conjunction with, I guess, the first autopsy as well, taking a look at it? How much that tells you a story about what happened to Stephen?
It tells much of the story, Vinny. It doesn't tell you who, but it gives you characteristics of the wounds that you know a little bit better where to start looking. So it's very, very important, that information. And as I understand from Dr. Dupree, they were able to collect the evidence. They were able to do the examinations that they needed to do.
That's awesome.
To do a complete second autopsy.
That's awesome.
And that's very, very for this situation.
Very what?
And I believe we have Dr. Dupree
needed to do a complete second autopsy. And that's very, very for this situation.
And I believe we have Dr. Dupree back on the phone. So glad we're able to reconnect here. So Dr. Dupree, let's go through it from, not from all the way from the top, but from the fact of being able to do this second autopsy and get information on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being like very, very illuminating, 0 being doesn't tell you anything. How much did this second autopsy tell you about what happened to Stephen Smith?
Actually, Benny, I think it was close to a 10.
Really?
10 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I do understand, and because we spoke with Ronnie Richter, that SLED is involved in all this, and you're not revealing results, et cetera. Because people listening now will be like, Vinny, why don't you just ask her exactly what happened? Because I know that they're working with SLED, and SLED doesn't want that information made public right now. So I do understand that. So we're going to talk more about the process and working this whole thing through. So were there any tests or things that you wanted to do that you weren't able to do?
No, actually, Vinny, we were able to do everything we needed to do. And again, it was almost as if we were doing the first autopsy.
Nice.
The only thing that we did not do was toxicology. And we have the results from the first autopsy on that. So they weren't needed. But we did everything else that you would expect in a regular autopsy. We were able to do.
So
Wow.
what the work that you all did, and obviously SLED was there, the
Thank
law
God.
enforcement division down in South Carolina. So how is this relationship going to continue from your perspective?
Well, I think it's working very well. Again, they have been wonderful in their support, and we are doing everything we can to support them. They are the lead on this. They are the investigative arm, and we're here to help and support them any way we can, and it's working very, very well.
Dr. Kenny Kinsey, let me ask you, from your perspective and your role working with this team that's been put together, this private team, right? But you're very familiar with the folks from SLED, obviously. So how is that relationship going to work from your perspective?
Vinny, it's a marvelous relationship. There are certain things that SLED can't tell me because of my capacity now, and I understand that. But we confer and we swap ideas, and it's a great relationship. Those men and women there, if they can pass it on, they will. But there is information that they don't need to tell us on our side that might jeopardize any prosecution of anything down the road. But we've got a wonderful relationship, and we know everyone on this team knows that if we come across something that's going to aid SLED for any type of prosecution, we're going to them immediately. So it's a great relationship, and I've had no issues whatsoever.
Dr. Dupree, let me ask you, what was their reaction when you were able to deliver the type of results that you are telling me tonight that you were able to deliver? What was the reaction of the folks over at SLED?
I think everybody was pretty much ecstatic. I mean, we did not know what to expect. Again, the body had been buried for almost 8 years, and you never know quite what to expect and how much, real information you're going to gather from that. And so we were very pleased, and I think they were as well.
10 out of 10.
So is there any more work that you're going to do from your end at this point, Dr. Dupree?
Well, I am, again, working with the whole team and sort of, as Eric says, quarterbacking the forensics part of this, including the autopsy, working with Kenny and others. So, yeah, we'll be involved until this is resolved.
So, Kenny Kinsey, let me ask you about the level of information you have and how much more you think you need to learn. How much of this is going to be further investigation versus evaluation of information that you already have?
Well, getting us off the ground is going to be that information we already have, Vinny. This isn't a blood spatter case. This isn't going to be solved on a footwear or a tire track. This is bringing up enough information, as mentioned, to put the heat on someone out there. But to put the heat on them first, we got to have facts. We got to verify. We trust, like Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. We've got to verify it. We're well on our way to doing that with the wonderful doctors and the rest of the team. And we're getting through that process now. And hopefully it'll put enough pressure on someone to come forward. Somebody's got something eating them. And when they realize that this team has got accurate information, it's going to put heat on someone. So that's the whole purpose, as far as I'm concerned, to be accurate and to put good information out there and try to get some answers for the Smith family.
So, Dr. Dupree, let me ask you again. I know you can't reveal specifics, but in terms of figuring out what happened to Stephen Smith, were you able to determine whether he was killed on that roadway? Were you able to tell how he was killed?
Benny, those are all, very good questions. And those answers will be forthcoming. We're not going to talk about those tonight. We were able to, again, get the information that we needed. And really, this is sort of now in the hands of the investigators. That's where a lot of this key information is going to lie.
And so that's pretty much all they're going to say until Kenny Kinsey goes back to the crime scene and talks more with, I can't think of her name. She's that popular court TV news anchor. So they both feel it was a 10 out of 10. They're excited for what they acquired in the autopsy, and it was very quick too.
Yeah, and that it's a relief, to hear that it's 10 out of 10. I'm like, yay! Because she's right. After 8 years, you don't know what you're going to find in there.
Right.
Steven's making sure they get what they need for information.
I think so too.
And that's awesome because and who else better than those two people right there to be handling everything that they're handling when it comes to this part of the case. Now you just hope that nothing crazy, foolish happens in some other directions. We were all worried about who was going to be performing the autopsy because we heard it was going to be at the same facility that the first one took place at, and so it was kind of like,
yeah.
But thank goodness they did it somewhere else.
Yeah, I think he's in the right hands. And just like Mr. Kinsey said right there, his goal is to get the truth, and not only get the truth, but use the truth so that it puts heat on the individual or individuals to either come forward or somebody to talk or something. It's because they want that. They're giving it everything they have because they want what they can determine to be so obvious that whatever somebody's going to come out and say is going to be totally lined up with, the how they feel or the events that they feel took place. I'm just I'm just very happy that the attorneys now are saying they feel that it wasn't a hit and run and they feel that the crime took place somewhere other than the location, because up until Friday, Mr. Bland was talking about how he was agreeing that it was a hit and run, and then it's just like, what, dude? Like, come on now.
Yeah. And I think you're right, Kid Cutie. I think Steven somehow, is affecting this. I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, if somebody unalives me, I'm gonna come back and haunt everybody. Um, I am. I'm gonna rattle every pot in the cabinet, whatever. But no, I mean, I certainly believe that we live on, and so I don't know. I don't know what you can do from the other side, but I certainly think that he's putting everything he can into this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And the fight with the mom, she's never given up either. She's never accepted what she was told when she's like, no, I have everything. I've read through everything. I've seen everything. It never made any sense. So we're gonna finish up this episode here, just a couple minutes. It's Kenneth Kinsey back at the crime scene. Uh and it's Chanley, the reporter. I know she's always on
Yeah.
court TV.
So Dr. Kinsey,
Yeah,
now
that's
8 years
Stanley.
later, because the original autopsy concluded that this was likely caused by hit and run, or was caused by a hit and run accident on the road,
I hope
because
you
the
get
body
better,
was found in
Skittles.
the road, according to the medical examiner at the time, they're going to conduct a second autopsy. What factors are they going to be specifically targeting or looking into that will tell them something more?
They're going to look at factors other than what was obvious. They're gonna redo this autopsy, and maybe they'll look at it with another lens, from a different direction. Let me look at it as this, and if it was actual car versus pedestrian, let's work till we get to that answer instead of maybe starting with that answer.
Welcome back to Closing
Good
Arguments, our
approach.
coverage of the investigation into the death of Stephen Smith. It happened back in 2015. His body's found in the middle of this country road, lightly traveled country road, by the way, and was killed at some point in the darkness. And originally considered a hit and run, although if it was a hit and run, the person who struck him committed a crime, has never been caught, never been arrested. If it was something else, that person clearly has not been caught either. So Eric Bland, Ronnie Richter, the attorneys on the show all the time, put together a team that include two of our guests tonight who've been on the show before as well, Dr. Michelle Dupree, Dr. Kenny Kinsey. I want to put up on the screen something from the notes from the original investigation. And I found this really interesting. This is from the one of the troopers' notes. I arrived at the scene at approximately 6:25 hours and observed a white male laying in the roadway on the center line with head trauma to the right side above his brow. I spoke with Hampton County Coroner Ernie Washington, who immediately advised me it was a homicide. He pointed out the wound to be a gunshot wound and showed me the entry point. Assistant Coroner Kelly Green then began to show me photographs they took, again pointing to the entry point to the head and also a defensive wound to the hand. Dr. Michelle Dupree is with us. She's joining us by phone. Dr. Dupree, how difficult at a scene like this is it? How difficult is it to tell the difference between a gunshot wound and something else? Because in this case, it seems it was something else.
Well, Vinny, it can actually be rather difficult. I've had EMS and even emergency room doctors mistake a wound for a gunshot wound when it was not. Remember, this is in the middle of the night. There are no street lights. This is very dark. It is a rather bloody scene. So it's not unusual to make a mistake like that. The autopsy, and that's why we do autopsies, to find out, what was the cause of death. And it was determined that there was no gunshot.
Dr. Kenny Kinsey, what are your thoughts about the significance of a couple of these things? The head trauma to the right side above his brow and defensive wounds to the hand. What story does that tell you, Dr. Kinsey?
Vinny, you have to look at it and take it as one piece of evidence. If
It's
you
suspense.
think about what Dr. Dupree just said about, a lot of emergency room physicians mistake some of those head wounds for gunshot wounds. Well, there are also other things that cause injuries to extremities. And I wouldn't count it, discount it, include it, or exclude it until we've got a full medical workup and the pathologist tells me that.
I want to also show you some notes from a trooper who spoke with the doctor who performed the first autopsy, Dr. Erin Presnell. She said that it was not a gunshot wound in her opinion, and that since the body was found in the roadway, she could only theorize that it had to be a motor vehicle that caused the death. I asked her if he had any other injuries, and she stated only a partially dislocated right shoulder. I asked her if she found any glass fragments or any other evidence of a motor vehicle, and she stated no. Then I asked her why she was ruling it as a motor vehicle accident and what she thought caused the head injury. She told me it was not her job to figure that out. It was mine. Dr. Dupree, let me start here. Did you all find more than the original
defiant from the get-go.
doctor found in the autopsy without getting specific about what was or wasn't found?
And then she she said she was going to talk to Ernie Washington, the coroner, and said that she would change the ruling and report to be determined by whatever they would like it to be if they didn't feel that it was a hit and run. So right there, your credibility.
It's crazy. My question kind of is, yeah, she did seem very hostile from the beginning, but why? Why? I mean, unless she's just psychotic or, she's drinking heavily and doesn't care, like, I don't know. But why would you automatically, kind of be hostile from the beginning? It makes me wonder who did she know?
Well, I'm gonna throw a link in chat. Okay. And if you want to go down a rabbit hole, here's a rabbit hole. And if anybody would like to and come back with this information, I'd love to have you on. This is a link that you can go start down a hole about other cases that Presnell worked on that are just kind of similar when it came to the shit not making sense. Report. Yeah, shit not making sense. So
I heard
shit not making sense. Shit not making sense. I can hear an echo.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I think that's me.
Okay. Yeah, that's a link that you can start off on. I came across that when I was doing some research a couple weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, I don't have time to go down that, but I really wanted to. But if anybody would like to, please do. And there's a lot of interesting elections that were going on 2014, 15, and 16 as well.
Yeah.
I love rabbit holes.
I heard it's not the first time she said she would change her results according to what the coroner wanted.
Oh, really? I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I heard that today somewhere.
Wow.
Well, maybe you'll find
find them in that link there. It'll start you off, and then I'm sure it'll just. But yeah,
I don't know if I want
I-
to go down that rabbit hole.
that's a door for you to open.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I'm
I
sure.
love
But
those rabbit holes. I'll jump right in.
it's so hard. Like I was trying to find when I was doing my research when I was coming up with all this. I was trying to find information on Presnell and Ernie Washington, and it was so hard to try and find just the little bit that I got. So good luck, and if you do get information or whatever, let me know when you're making a video, and I'd love to have you on about it because I this these it's not the first time that this shit has happened. It's just the publicity has kind of brought it out. So good evening, Bruin.
Hi, Bruin.
So I'm gonna go this
So,
one. Yeah, go ahead.
I did get the names of the forensic anthropologist and the pathologist. I don't know if you want them.
The
That
one that's
did the
doing it
autopsy.
now. The one that's doing it now.
The ones that just did the autopsy.
Oh, sure, might as well. I trust them, but I might as well jot their names down.
Okay, Heather Walsh Heine, Heine, the forensic anthropologist. You got that?
Yep.
Okay, Dan Schultz is the pathologist.
With an E, and how do you spell the last name?
Schultz?
Yeah, is it Ann with a E or ANN? And how do you spell Schultz?
Dan as in David. Dan.
Oh, Dan. Oh,
The forensic anthropologist. You got that?
Yep.
Okay, Dan Schultz is the pathologist.
with an E, and how do you spell the last name?
Schultz?
Yeah, is it Ann with a E or ANN? And how do you spell Schultz?
Dan as in David. Dan.
Oh, Dan. Oh, okay.
And SCHULTZ.
Okay.
Okay.
And who is that?
That's the pathologist.
Okay. Yeah, I trust him, especially if Dupree and Kinsey are saying 10 out of 10. I would love to look in the last 60 years. Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting elections going around that few year period too. The year before, the year during, and the year after. And Washington and Presnell are brought up. So I'm sure you'll run into that too, Silky, when you start doing that. Because
Yeah.
I did start to go down it a little bit at first, and then I realized how much further down it was, and I was like, yeah, I ain't got that time. So I'm sure you'll run into that because I started to run into the elections and all that stuff, and I was just like, huh.
Wow.
So it's almost like people were there for a reason or had a purpose or became part of the club or something just don't seem right. So
It seems to be a theme in these small towns like Delphi, like Flora, now like Hampton, County. It's like the smaller they are, the more corrupt they can be.
Because they can
It
be,
sure
right?
seems like it.
Right.
Because who's going to come into their little community and tell them?
Exactly.
It's almost like when Vegas started out. It was all these cowboys and shit that ran the area and the government and the local politics and all that stuff. And when they had the big wig mobsters coming in there, they weren't taking it too kindly.
Exactly.
It's the kind of thing. It's that, just like back then, it was the good old boys network, and if you didn't pat them on the back first, you were sure gonna get smacked in return, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Big old fish in a pot have more control. Yeah, it does. It sounds just like it. That's why
Yes.
when we first started talking about Flora last week, I was just like, oh my god, this shit reminds me just like the Stephen Smith crap. Like
Mhm.
it's scary. So this is Kenny Kinsey and Michelle Dupree. This is from 2 days ago. A lot of the stuff they were going to get into in the last episode kind of changed a little bit. Is there anything else you guys want to add real quick before we finish up this one?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Oh, all right. We'll go ahead and finish this one up. And I think some of it kind of gives you the same, we can't talk about it, yada, yada. But they do mention a few interesting things, and then we'll skip to the next one.
According to Justice, I'm Juliet. 19-year-old Stephen Smith was found dead on a rural South Carolina road back in 2015. His
Whoa.
death was
What's up,
originally characterized
hey.
as a hit and run. Now, after Stephen Smith's mother has spent
That's
almost
crazy.
8 years begging and pleading law enforcement to take another look, it's being considered an intentional homicide. And last weekend,
20
Stephen
million?
Smith's body was exhumed and a second autopsy was performed.
By doing that Freedom of Information Act, I have copies of like the whole investigation, the autopsy, and then I read it and it made no sense. And then I got the photos and I seen how badly he was beaten. That's not a car.
We want to do over on Stephen Smith. We think that the investigation got it wrong, that it was not a highway fatality, that it was a homicide that was committed somewhere else.
I'm so glad
And
he's
that
saying
SLED
that
should have
now.
been the one that initially investigated this fatality and not the highway department. And so it's our intention to petition through the coroner's office and ultimately the court to get the proper permission to exhume Stephen's body and have an expert who is familiar and has experience in exhuming bodies that have been in the ground for a long period of time and make a determination as to what caused that blunt force trauma.
We would look for all sorts of things actually on the body. For example, we would look for something we call road rash. If you're hit by a car and you're pushed along the pavement or even a dirt road or anything, you're going to have evidence of that on the body. It's going to be bruises, abrasions, things like that.
Stephen has been exhumed from his grave. This is a trying time for the Smith family. This weekend in particular. Stephen's remains were disturbed. He was, in theory, in peace in his grave. And now that he's been exhumed and he's going to have his autopsy be done, this is very trying for Sandy Smith at this time.
Joining me now, two very special guests. They are the leading members of that private investigation team that's looking into what caused the death of Stephen Smith. Forensic pathologist Dr. Michelle Dupree and forensics expert and the owner of Kenny Kinsey and Associates, Dr. Kenny Kinsey. Good morning to you both. Boy, oh boy, it's such an honor and a pleasure to speak with you two. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time and joining us this morning. And I want to just start out by acknowledging that I know that you cannot share everything with this investigation with us in order to protect the integrity of it. But I want to make a deal with you both right off the top. Would you please tell us everything that you can share with us? Our viewers, our courties are very interested in solving this case, just as you are and as the Smith family is. So that being said, go as far as you can, please, and we'll respect the boundaries, certainly. I want to begin with the questions that you both, the questions that are most top of mind for you two. You're experts in your respective fields, and many of us have questions in the public, in the media, the family has questions. But for you two, I'm curious, what are the things that you want the answers most to? Dr. Dupree, I'll begin with you, please.
Well, this was stated that it was a motor vehicle accident. And I think Kenny said it very well a few minutes ago. If we start with that and sort of work backwards, let's look at some pertinent negatives. Let's look at some things that we don't find, that we might expect to find in a motor vehicle accident. And let's make the evidence that we do find from the second autopsy, let's see if it fits the circumstances of the situation.
Certainly. And Dr. Kinsey, let me go to you, please, with the same question. Which questions are at the top of your mind, please?
Thank you, Ms. Julie. The many aspects of the physical evidence at the scene, the clothing, of course, everyone has hit on it, the location. And then I think it's important to figure out how Stephen got there. And I know it sounds as simple as, either he caught a ride or he hitched a ride or he walked. But as I mentioned in other programs, there's many different paths to get to Sandy Run Road. So it's important for me to try and figure out that part. So as Dr. Dupree said, we can layer that evidence and kind of come to an area of understanding of a general theory. Then we work it as far as we work it. And if it doesn't work out, or we hit a brick wall, we turn around and we try something else.
Certainly. I want to play a clip where Stephen Smith's mother is talking about that road and how, in her opinion, there was no reason for him to be on that road. Let's take a listen together.
From the beginning, was it suspicious to you?
Yes. In the road. He had a cell phone, and it wouldn't be the first time he had to call for somebody, And but the car was locked, his phone had to be in his pocket, but then he left his wallet. So if you're going to go get gas, why would you leave your wallet in the car? And he would walk. He would walk through the woods. He would not have been in that road.
And this is coming from Mom, arguably the person who knew Stephen Smith better than anyone. Dr. Kinsey, in the crime scene reconstruction that you're doing here, how meaningful is this coming from Mom?
Well, Miss Julie, Mom always knows you best. And we've got to figure that part out. All the nuances and reasons. We don't know what may have been an impediment to Stephen, maybe taking a different path. As Ms. Chanley pointed out in an earlier show, that is some unforgiving wilderness there. And we just got to figure out what path he took. I believe that would aid Dr. Dupree, pathologist and anthropologist, in figuring out how he got there. And they can aid me by figuring out, what the extent of his injuries were. And I think we can come together as a team and we can answer a majority of these questions.
Yes, and speaking of that, that's a perfect segue for me to ask Dr. Dupree. Dr. Dupree, would you kind of walk us through the process of the second autopsy? You were overseeing it, and Attorney Eric Bland told us how you employed two really great people to perform the actual autopsy, a forensic pathologist and then an anthropologist. How did they work together? Describe for us what that was like, please.
Okay, well, they quite often work together, and in this case, the pathologist, of course, performed the autopsy, but because we didn't know what condition the body might be in, we did have a forensic anthropologist who's going to look at the bones, and in this particular case, pay a special attention to the fractures. And working together to do that, we were actually able to do a complete and thorough second autopsy, including, of course, looking at the particular areas of interest like the fractures.
Dr. Dupree, I read that you noted that you definitely were able to recover evidence from the second autopsy, but that you didn't know if it was necessarily new evidence. Would you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I just mean that we were able to do a complete and thorough autopsy. And in any autopsy, we recover evidence, whether it's, it can't be exactly the same evidence, but it could be very similar evidence. And we were actually able to do that in this case because Stephen was well preserved. Everyone who took care of Stephen from the very beginning to the end was very professional, and it allowed us to do this.
And that's wonderful. I mean, certainly a success right there that the autopsy, the second autopsy, I should say, was successful, and you were able to recover evidence, and hopefully that will lead you in the right direction. Would you kindly stand by, please, Dr. Michelle Dupree and Dr. Kenny Kinsey? We need to squeeze in a break. When we come back, we'll examine more of the evidence and the facts surrounding this tragic case of the death of 19-year-old Stephen.
The Doomsday Cult Mom Murder Trial. Coverage begins next week after.
And that was about 9:30. I seen me and my daughter and my son, Chris, seen Alex and Randy Murdoch at the scene. When Joel was at the sheriff's department, him and Stephanie were at the sheriff's department. I was on the phone with Joel, and Joel said, "Hold on, Randy Murdoch's calling." And so he said, "That was strange." And I said, "What was it?" He said, "Randy Murdoch called and wants to help with Stephen's investigation."
Still so many unanswered questions surrounding the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. Like why some members of the Murdoch family inserted themselves into the investigation and were at the scene. Well, we now know the investigation was re-energized after police found something while they were probing into the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdoch. What's more, Randy Murdoch's name appears in an investigative report about who might be responsible for Stephen Smith's death. Apparently, a witness came forward to tell police that his stepson confided in him that a man named Sean Conley was responsible for Stephen's death. He then goes on to say that the reason he was passing this information on to police was because Randy Murdoch told him to call. Well, that stinks to high heaven, in my opinion.
And I'm going to pause it real quick because, and there's a new poll up, please vote. I'm going to pause it real quick because this is the theory that I really think makes the most sense, even since back then.
We ask our experts if they can speak to this and how this might relate to the investigative work they're doing for the family of Stephen Smith. Dr. Michelle Dupree and Dr. Kenny Kinsey on the program this morning. I don't know how far you'll be able to go with this, but I have to ask, how do facts like these play in to what you're trying to do privately in helping to solve this case for the Smith family? Dr. Kenny Kinsey, I'll go to you first on this one, please.
Miss Julie, I can't speak to the specifics with anybody's particular name, but that's great advice from an attorney. If someone has some information that's pertinent to a major investigation, to tell them to please get it to law enforcement. And I'll tell you, other than the forensic evidence collected with the second autopsy and then the data from the original autopsy, this is not going to be solved on a drop of blood. This case is not going to be solved on a tire print or a footprint. This is going to be somebody bringing us that little information that helps tie everything together. So, I mean, not speaking specific names or identity, but I think that's great advice if someone spoke to an attorney and the attorney advised them to bring it forward. I would advise them to bring it forward, and there's a reward out for information. And I would advise anyone to please get in touch with SLED and pass that information on.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, for that reminder. $35,000 reward being offered by the Smith family for information leading to an arrest. We've been putting that out, and hopefully anyone with information will come forward. Dr. Dupree, can we talk about the first autopsy, please? I know you didn't perform it, but have you reviewed it?
I have reviewed it, yes.
Was there anything wrong with the first autopsy, in your opinion?
Well, you have to remember that the autopsy report is an opinion of the pathologist based on their knowledge, skills, and experience. And so this autopsy was the opinion of the pathologist that did it. And it was very professionally done. As far as the results of that autopsy, I really can't speak to that. Whether it matched ours or was different from ours or whatever. But it was a professional autopsy.
Mm-hmm. I know that there was no, manner of death listed. It didn't specifically say homicide on there. That was just left undetermined, as a lot of things were with this case.
Well, undetermined is actually a good manner of death in this case, because as you know, there's only really 5: homicide, suicide, accident, natural, or undetermined. And when we don't have all the information, as in this case, undetermined is appropriate. And that leaves this open so that when new information does come, then we can proceed and perhaps find that manner of death at a later date.
Okay, so that's good for you. Can you tell me, did the forensic pathologist that you enlisted to perform this come to an opinion on cause and manner of death now in this second autopsy?
I'm not really able to speak to that at this point. Again, we are doing everything we can to support this investigation, which SLED is taking the lead on, and that information will become available, when it's appropriate.
Sure. Well, and I think that's a good point for discussion, because I think it can be confusing. You all have been enlisted to help out privately the Smith family, who it has been begging and pleading for answers, and they are so deserving of that, as you both know. But SLED also never closed this case. It's always remained open. It kind of was just reinvigorated when something was learned about the Smith death that came from investigating the Murdaugh murders. And maybe one day soon we'll know what that is. Who knows? But I guess, are your investigations running parallel? Is that a way you could say it? Or are you all working together? Kind of explain to us how it's working, Dr. Dupree.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm going to throw that to you because you said that so eloquently the other day.
Please, yeah, that would be great. I thought you wanted to answer. That's why I went to you. Yeah, Dr. Kinsey, please.
Our parallel investigation, Ms. Julie, is to verify and supplement. And if we come across something that is law enforcement worthy that will help the criminal investigation, it comes first. And we stop and we pass that on to Mr. Bland, Mr. Richter, and definitely the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. We don't want to do anything that's going to discredit the integrity of their case. And there's certain things that they know that they can't share with us. And I understand that. It's certain things they shouldn't share with us if they want it to be independent. So we're supplementing and verifying original information. And with the addition of the second autopsy with Dr. Dupree and her colleagues, we're just running, it's a parallel investigation, but any minute, any second, and we've already passed on a lot of information. Anytime we come across something that we think will aid them in their prosecution of any type of crime associated with Mr. Smith's death, we put on the brakes and we get that information to them.
And that's fantastic. We just have about a minute left. Is there anything else you would like our viewers to know? You mentioned passing along information, but anything else, to that end, please?
I do think somebody out there knows something. And again, as you said, I just encourage them to come forward now.
Appreciate it. Dr. Kinsey.
It's not the natural progression to bury your child. But when these things happen, the Smith family deserves answers. And as has been mentioned, somebody, just a little bit of information, get it to us, get it to SLED, use the hotline, the email,
and get this family some answers.
Exactly. It could even be anonymous. Yeah.
And let's hope that happens. I think that 35,000 is definitely going to help, not only with them getting the correct autopsy information, but then that $35,000. Um, it probably feels like $60,000 right now with the way the economy is. And you already know that's a small community already, and that's been hit pretty hard too, because the average yearly salary there is like under 20,000.
Wow. Wow. I
Yeah.
didn't know
Yeah,
that.
So $35,000 is going to go a
it's a lot of
long
money.
way in hopefully somebody coming forward with some information.
Well, I think more people will talk now. I think now that Alex is locked up, and you know, people are a little less scared. I think. Let's
Hmm.
hope.
Yeah. Now that the dynasties started to crumble, none of them are
Right.
as powerful as they used to be. Thanks for hopping in, Jinx. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I think definitely that taking the Murdochs down is going to make a huge difference. Well, I mean, you can already see since the Netflix, documentary came out, and then, he was found guilty. Now all of a sudden everybody's interested in Stephen Smith. So, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And it makes sense now about how they wanted to wait until he was convicted and the trial was over, to it definitely makes sense. It was weird at first, like, knowing the situation, and then uh but then when they reopened it right after, uh before the trial was even done, they had already started the process of it. So I'd like to know what they found. What
Yeah, I
made
was
them
just
all of
gonna
a
say that
sudden,
too.
yeah, what made
Oh
them all
yeah.
of a sudden go, "Oh yeah, we're reopening this."
Right.
I mean, I've heard so many theories on that, but until we know what it was, that's all it is theory. But it had to be, unless it was something electronic, um, that they
Well,
found on, but it had to be something. I'm thinking physical. Don't Isn't that kind of what you got when they were investigating physical? Like, I don't know, like a baseball bat or whatever.
right, when they found 10 uh 1 millimeter speckles of paint,
Hmm.
that either came from a Toyota with the years 82 to 88, a street sign, an industrial tool, or a dumpster, is what they came back with where that paint could match. So I would think industrial tool,
Yeah.
because I don't see a sign doing that damage. I think it would be more spread out, or it would be something that was repeated. And when you're coming up to the scene and it looks like a gunshot, that looks something different than somebody getting beat over the head over and over with a street sign. Uh, I
Yeah.
I definitely don't see the paint from a Toyota, because if that's the case, like they said, like all of these LE have stated, and we'll listen to a couple of the interview or the interviews, uh, quick interviews before we get into the evidence. Um, he had his shoes on loosely tied. When you look at the crime scene photos, you can tell, okay, those would have came off.
Yeah.
You have a partially dislocated shoulder, which, if you talk to anybody that's either been involved, knows somebody, or LE, they all say there's blunt force trauma in multiple areas, not just the one. Partially dislocated. Um, I don't know. Maybe somebody else got hurt in the process of hurting him. I definitely think what happened, and this is just my opinion when it comes to it, I think that house was involved. I think uh, there's some sort of assault that took place on that property, whether it was in the woods or inside the property. And I think he wasn't coherent enough, maybe where he could stand, but I don't think he was coherent enough where he knew what was going on. And I think somebody came by and struck him with an industrial tool. But we'll
I,
get into that when we get into the evidence.
I guess that's why, and I haven't seen, like, I'm anxious to see this, but I'm kind of thinking, yeah, but if you're like looking at a unaliving, okay, and you're there investigating Maggie and Paul, you're kind of, or shouldn't you be kind of focused on what happened to them? So I guess what, you know, thing stood out to them to say, hey, this is maybe related to Stephen Smith. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're looking for one thing, so how do you connect it with another?
I think it
Do
was
you
a
think they
bat.
got a tip somehow?
I I think like Pam mentioned, I think something could have been on Paul's phone.
Yeah, that's why I said electronics. It makes me
Mhm.
wonder. And then they could, since they were there at the house, they could try to connect it. But yeah, definitely there had to be a big, bright red flag somewhere in that investigation because they weren't looking for Stephen Smith, connection. They were just looking at Maggie and Paul.
Well, try and look this up sometime, Silky, and let me know what you can find out. There was some hearsay about Paul. This was after the boat accident took place, okay?
Hmm.
And there was some hearsay about how Paul had threatened some of his friends that if they didn't say he wasn't the one driving the boat, he was going to tell on everybody. Number
Right.
one.
Uh-huh.
Number two, there's also hearsay that Paul was going around school saying that Buster was involved in Stephen Smith's unaliving, and the school officials brought him in and then sat him down and didn't contact the law enforcement. They contacted the family. So the school officials, Paul and his family, sat down for a meeting. Things were discussed. And the next day or two, Paul was transferred to a private school.
Ah. See, I mean, I knew that Paul was, but I didn't somehow or other I missed the part where Paul was saying Buster was involved.
Hmm. So I'm trying to still find out if he was transferred, and not that that report would be something reported, but it would be kind
Right.
of interesting to see. Oh, really? He was transferred from this school to a private school during this date and year. I think would be interesting. And that's why I think something might have been on Paul's phone because everybody, whether it was friends or people that were friends with the parents, Alec and Maggie, that Paul was around when they were doing family functions, all of them stated that Paul was the one that always had the attitude, I'm a Murdaugh, you can't do shit to me.
Hmm.
He was always the one causing uh, uh, chaos and just being a problem to deal and handle. And so I could definitely see him speaking out the mouth on text or social media about this or that and not even feeling like he needs to keep track of his shit like daddy or grandpappy would clean it out right away. He probably had the attitude that I don't need to do shit because I'm a Murdoch because ain't shit gonna happen, so I don't need to worry
True.
about cleaning shit.
Yeah, I can see that. But then wasn't it? It was Paul that moved out like he wasn't staying in the house. He had moved out to the, whatever on the property, right? He was living. What was that? Another house, another whatever. What was that?
I don't know.
Because he wasn't living in whatever documentary I saw said that Paul kind of stayed to himself. Like he would, I guess he would abuse substances or whatever, but he kind of had a space out on the property that was, I don't know if it was a smaller house or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't dug into Paul too much. I didn't even really dig into the actual Murdaugh murders too much. I was more checking this out. I have that's one thing I need to do is I need to buy Netflix for a month so I can watch all these documentaries,
Yeah.
because I know I keep hearing people talk about the Murdaugh documentaries on Netflix, and I'm just like, ugh, I keep missing out. So I'm definitely gonna have to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I could definitely see him living, party animal, living off the side of the property, kind of doing his own thing or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh,
He was
yeah.
living in a guest house on property, Kel says.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that. And I didn't watch the Netflix documentary
Oh,
until after the until after the trial. Uh I was out on the whole thing, but I kind of wish I had watched it now.
hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely missing out. Alex made it sound like Paul was couch surfing. Alec, sorry. Made it sound like Paul was couch surfing. I mean, he was a party animal. Why wouldn't he want
Yeah.
to stay off on a guest house, because then he could get away with more shit?
Yeah.
So do you think something took place there?
That's possible. And maybe that was the place or the thing that when they investigated connected Stephen Smith.
Uh, I mean, I but what would be the motive? That's where when it comes to Paul and Buster and the Murdaughs, what would be the motive other than the escort stuff? I just
Well,
don't see one.
it's sketchy, but it's like somebody put on here earlier um that it was said rumors of course that Alex told was it Alex that told Paul, you take care of it or I'm going to. Like what if it was, whether it was truth or not about Buster and Steven, that
Mm.
you know and if Paul was involved because he was going around saying that,
Because he was
maybe.
the investigator, right? He was the investigator. Didn't
Yeah.
they call him that or something? Because he's always trying to, when it came to
Yeah.
like the pill addiction and.
Yeah, so I mean, it makes me wonder, was that, what Alec was referring to, or
Hmm.
maybe just the situation of, enough about Steven and Buster, I don't
It
know.
just, it just, th- because no matter what theory you come up with, whether it's Mark, whether it's the two people driving by in a truck, harassing him at the gas station, or whatever theory is out there, because there's a bunch of them. You always get back to why did Randy contact the family to represent them, and why was Randy and Alec at the crime scene when the mom was driving back home from IDing Steven's body?
Right.
It just, but then you got these other theories that make sense. But then, just like what they were talking about in this last video, this is page 28 of the full report. And I'll put the link to the full report in chat again because we do have some new people in here. This is from Fitz News. Page 28. This is where Daryl Williams is stating that his stepson Patrick Wilson told him that Sean Connolly struck and killed Stephen Smith. Mr. Williams stated that his son told him this in confidence,
and that his son had moved out and he did not know where he was staying. He could only tell me that Patrick attended some Christian school in Ridgeland. I drove down to Richland and went to Step of Faith School, Patrick Wilson, yada, yada. And then he ends it with Mr. Williams stated that the reason that he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdaugh told him to call. Again, so you guys think it was a scapegoat? I seen you guys typing some of that in chat
Yeah.
a minute ago. You guys think they're, I mean, because it don't make sense to me. It wasn't a hit and run, in my opinion. This is saying it's a hit and run, and then you got Murdaugh tell why would if he did tell you to call, why are you telling Ellie anyway?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like,
Right.
Like why?
yeah, and I mean, you have so many angles. You have the unknown person at Hilton Head. You have Mark. You have Buster. You have Paul. You have, Sean. It's like everything was coming together. It's like it's like a great who done it. I mean, there's so many people with a potential motive. It's like who
Well,
got to him first,
you know what this statement reads to me? The statement reads to me, I'm telling you this crazy story, and at the end, because I'm telling you this at the end because I want you to know that what I was really telling you was bullshit. Why why else why else am I gonna tell Ellie when I'm making a
Yeah.
statement? Mr. Williams stated that the reason he was passing this information on was because Randy. That's basically telling me, look, Ellie, I'm being forced to say this
Right.
for some reason,
Right.
and I need to tell you who told me to tell you. That way, when
Right.
it comes out that it's not true, you're not arresting me because then I can say, look, I was threatened. I told you, that's what this statement's telling me. So I totally believe, I'm agreeing with you guys when you say that your opinion is that this was a scapegoat situation.
Mhm.
I totally agree with
Yep.
it
Yep.
because I don't feel it was a hit and run. If I felt it was a hit and run, then I wouldn't really be putting too much into the whole Randy thing. But in my opinion, it's nowhere even close to a hit and run. And when I'm reading this statement, knowing that, I'm looking at that last line, and that last line's telling me Mr. Williams is telling them this because he wants them to know I'm not.
Exactly.
I didn't come to you on my own. I came to you because this person told me to.
That is exactly what I thought when I read that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thought. Um
So I was on the internet just now looking to see where Paul went to school. And I guess at an apartment he lived in going to USC, University of South Carolina, I guess they confiscated a computer from his apartment near campus.
Ooh, really?
Yep, that's what it's saying here. DNA samples, fingerprints, and a computer.
Wow.
So maybe there was
Where's
something on
Hilton
that
Head?
computer.
Yeah, maybe even if he was just bragging, about whatever, we'll never get caught for Steven's murder, or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah, because you heard that bogus prison phone call where Alex like, "Hey, you know that stuff going around about Stephen Smith? That wasn't our family, was it, Buster?"
Yeah.
No, Dad. You know better. Like that was so fake.
He's being recorded. He's knowing what to say.
Oh,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? That was so fake.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sorry. I probably didn't do a good job doing it, but
You
it's
actually
it's
did.
like,
I thought
oh,
it
did
was
I? It
good.
was so
Yeah.
fake. It
we
was
got
so fake.
we got the gist.
It was
Yeah.
so fake though.
But
But yeah,
yeah,
this
they confiscated that computer, so kind of makes me wonder what's on the computer.
Mhm.
I didn't know they confiscated it. I need did we need to find out if he was transferred to a private school and when it was. But why would this guy throw his stepson? Because who knows what kind of pressure he was being put under, SRB.
Yeah, that and
This is a family that we'll make it look like you committed a murder.
mhm.
You better.
And I don't think I saw an interview with Daryl, and he said something about, I don't know, the way that he was talking about Patrick was very. I didn't think there was any love lost. You know what I'm saying? He was basically saying that Patrick
Oh,
was, kind
really?
of a loser. Yeah. It was very disparaging, the interview I heard, and I thought, wow, you're gonna get. I mean, I don't know. Is he still with Patrick's mom? I don't know. But I'm like,
You
that's
are right.
kind of weird.
Yeah, and that would make sense why he's like, I don't know where he's. Yeah, now that I'm going back through some, because I was listening to some of the audio interviews when I was doing some research, going back through some old stuff, and you are right. He did kind of have that attitude. What's up, Carol? Thank you for hopping in. And yeah, Mark is very creepy,
Yes.
and that whole I don't know. I just something just don't seem right. And then, you're contacting LE like crazy up until the 15th of July, and then they don't contact you for a couple weeks, and you already told them you would submit to a polygraph, and then when they contact you on the 26th of August to set up for an interview and to do a polygraph, all of a sudden they can't get a hold of you no more.
Yeah.
Your phone goes straight to voicemail every single time.
Yeah. That's what a coincidence, huh?
So yeah, definitely creepy as shit, and something just don't seem right.
Mm-mm. Now,
So,
oh, go ahead.
sorry. Um, so I heard today that everything's speculation, of course, but I heard today that Patrick was facing 3 attempted murder charges back then, and Corey Fleming, a partner of Alex Murdaugh, was representing him, and he miraculously got the charges dropped
Hmm.
on Patrick.
That's right.
Those are some big charges too to just be
That's
dropped.
right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pam just said a minute ago that somebody was beaten to death at school. Was that at
Hmm?
Buster and Paul's school? I don't know. It was. I saw it on the comments, and I was wondering who and if it was, you know, who got charged with that.
I wonder if that had to do with Patrick.
I think I see.
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words, Carol. Yeah, I put a lot of work into this one. 13 episodes so far, just on this. But I know each one's long, but each one has a lot of stuff in it. I try and keep everything as separated as I can. I'm trying to do a slide. Well, I have a folder with a whole bunch of pictures and in order and everything, and for some reason, I have to have a Google slide put together. PowerPoint. I did not realize that, so that sucks. I have a whole bunch of pictures that I had ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do a roundabout thing here. That sucks.
were they the autopsy pictures?
Um,
Not the
they,
autopsy, the crime scene pictures.
yeah, I had about 20 different pictures from the crime scene. Um, dang. That sucks.
Let me ask you this, since I was just going to wait till we saw them. Okay, in there, were
Ooh.
there pictures of like the red stuff coming out of Steven's head across
Yeah.
There were?
Yeah. I know what I can do. I can send myself an email with them all, and then I can just click on each one of them. Give me 1 second. Did not realize I had to do a. Actually, make a PDF. I thought I could just click on it and it would be fine. All right, so it'll just take me about 2 minutes to do this. And I'm sorry, what did you just ask? Oh, about what the photos were. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I mean, and the reason I'm asking is because in the video that I'm working on, I have some video of what's supposed to be the crime scene, and it has like across the ground, across the road. And so I wondered, I think it came from an HBO documentary, and didn't they say in the original report that there wasn't any spatter? So I was
right.
confused. Was there or wasn't there?
No, there's not.
Okay, so in the crime scene photos, there is not.
We're gonna take a look at them, and I always thought that he was dropped off.
Yeah, me too. That's why I got
No,
confused when I saw
no.
this documentary with stuff across the road.
Yeah, there was no splatter. Now somebody had came in before and said, "Hey, I've heard of people getting hit by a mirror and walking down the road some distance, right? Which would, make it like the hit and run took place at a different part of the road. That's why there wouldn't be any debris there where the body was found. And that they were able to walk a certain distance and then they passed. But when you look at the photos, number one, it's obvious that he wasn't just tossed out of a vehicle.
Hmm.
And number two, it's obvious um it's obvious that there wasn't something like that took place where they were hit and walked a certain distance, because the LE, when you go through that 110 page full report, LE was sent out there so many times. They were not only sent out there multiple times before the pathologist was ruling it a hit and run. After the hit and run, they were getting sent out there like crazy to look for any kind of signs
Hmm.
that it could have possibly been a hit and run. And every single time it was nothing. So
Right.
that tells me that no, he did not get hit, walked a certain distance, and then fell down, because then you would have a blood trail. There was no
Right.
blood trails, there was no blood spatter. Basically, the injury took place, and then where his body landed is where the remainder of the injury took place.
And I mean, I know
It
maybe,
did look like that, but
yeah.
I think that he wasn't carried. I think they put the cell phone and the keys back in his pocket.
And yeah, that one guy had a great point. Phones break easy, especially iPhones. Like,
Yes,
my gosh, you breathe on them wrong and they break.
even with a case, and
Yes.
that phone had no damage whatsoever. So that's what
Right.
tells me it to me. When you look at him, it's like, okay, the dude wasn't just dropped off with phone, with no damage to the cell phone. The keys were halfway hanging out the pocket. The shoes were loosely tied, and to me, that tells me maybe the shoes were put back on. that tells me definitely that it appears to be that somebody put the phone in his pocket,
Mhm.
because the way that the body was laying there, you are right, Angela. It does look like that, but I think it's because he was moved to, you know, and the white polo again. That's the biggest question of the evening. The
Yeah.
white polo, page 98 of the full report.
And it's crazy though that on the police report that it wasn't there. I mean, so what do the crime scene photos? Is he wearing a black shirt?
Yes.
You know
The
it.
only time,
Go ahead.
the only time that any time that I've covered this case, dug into this case, researched this case, I never one time heard anything other than a black Nike t shirt, except for when I sat down that Saturday morning and I read the full 110-page report. And when I got to page 98, that's the only time that I ever seen anything other than a black t shirt.
But you know, a polo shirt would make sense if he was meeting somebody on Hilton Head, because you would, I mean, not that a Nike shirt isn't okay for every day, but if you're going into a place, a nice place on Hilton Head, you would probably be expected to dress a certain way, and a Nike t shirt probably ain't going to cut it.
I don't know. It's just weird because the photos with the evidence at the crime scene, the evidence that was booked and transferred, it's all in the full report.
Right.
It's all black t-shirt. If you get to the beginning of, if you guys want to skip back, those that joined late, if you skip back to the beginning of the show, probably right around the 25-30 minute mark, me and Silky start talking about the white polo. We go into the report where Officer Singleton is stating he walked up seeing an individual in a white polo. But that's the only time that a white polo was ever mentioned. Any other time when it comes to evidence, crime scene photos, even investigators talking, it's always black t-shirt. The only person that ever states white polo is Singleton, and the only person that uh, the person that booked the phone was Singleton. So
Yeah,
there's
that's
already two
crazy.
weird things right there. He's the one that books the phone, and he's the one that comes up to the scene. I'll go ahead and go back to it real quick. Page 98, and I'll just read that one sentence for everybody real quick. And if you want the link to this report, let me know and I can drop it in chat again. Right here it says, I, Detective Singleton, this is on 7/9/2015. This is the day after the crime took place. I, Detective Singleton, went up to take a look at the body and noticed a slender build white male on the highway with khaki shorts and a white polo shirt. It's the only time.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, wouldn't Sandra Smith have a copy of this?
Yeah,
And
she has a copy of everything.
I wonder why at least I've never heard her say anything about a white shirt or that one was missing. A good, that's what I was thinking. Were there fingerprints on that shirt? Is that why it disappeared?
I'm telling you, because I was supposed to read that full report on a Wednesday night. I was going to do it on my night off, right? I came home to take an hour nap and I ended up sleeping through my alarms and I wasted my whole night, right? So I was just like, oh, you know what? I'll watch it Saturday morning and I'll do a live. That way, if anybody wants an audio version, they can go back to my channel and watch or listen to the 2.5 hours audio version of me saying the whole report. I went through the whole thing. So as I'm going through it, and I get to page 98. I think you were in there with me, Kib Kitty. when I get to page 98, we see the whole white T-shirt thing, and we're all like, "Whoa, what the
Mm-hmm.
fuck?
Yeah,
When
it's
is
like,
this
where did
ever
that
came
come
out?"
from?
Right? And we've been, and this was episode 11. You know what I'm saying? Like episode 11. I've had 2 episodes where they were 5 hours long on this case. Um, the first time any of us have ever heard about a white shirt. So
Yeah.
it just doesn't make sense.
No, and I am very inclined to think that, yeah, we're talking about the fingerprints, that
They do
that's
kind of look
why.
like they do kind of look like on the shorts. Are you talking? Yeah, it's the only time. Like we're gonna go through. I'm gonna put this up real quick, uh, just to let everybody know. We are going to be having some content that may be harmful or traumatizing to some audiences. So I just want to make sure that I put it out there. And I'm going to go ahead and go through some of the crime scene photos. So if you want, I would give it about at least a half an hour. But after we go through these photos and stuff, I'm going to go ahead and in the evening, I'm going to throw out the link for that interview room because I'm definitely going to be watching that. We maybe we'll check out a few minutes of that before I end the show, but I just want to give people time to go ahead and back out. And then, as long as you know or you see that I'm in my email, uh, we're going to be going through the graphic stuff. So, uh, if you have to go, totally understand. And I want to say thank you for your support, and I hope you have a peaceful and positive evening. And we're going to go ahead and get into some of this content here. I might have to do it like this from now on because this is pretty convenient. I'm glad I kind of had to do this on the fly. So I can zoom. So this is how the body was laying in the road. Okay, we're going to see a different picture here soon. I'm just going to show some of these. I wonder if anyone took pictures that he would have been. I don't know. It's such a small community. I don't know. The properties are so spread out. And when we get done looking at this, Carol, I'm going to go on Google and I'm going to show you kind of what I think where something took place and how it took place using the Google Maps. Um, so right here, and this is what Kenny Kinsey was measuring when he was talking to the court TV reporter when he had a tape measure up to that pole. It states light pole on the report, but it really is it's a telephone pole. So there is a difference there. So it's 32 feet. So basically, he was laying in the middle of the road. I know somebody mentioned in chat that he was kind of laying there where somebody had placed him like that, hoping or with the anticipation that somebody on either side would end up striking him to make it look more like a hit and run. And I totally agree with that.
Yeah, me too.
So I wonder why some of them aren't showing up. So this is one picture. So this is how his body was laying in the middle of the road.
But now you see the shadow. Okay, go up to his head. Do you see that shadow that goes across the left? It looks
Um,
like blood to me, and that's
it
what
is.
I saw.
It
Okay.
is. As we go on, the pictures are going to get more graphic. I just don't want to. Um, we'll get to those. This right here, this just kind of shows how his body was laying. Now, this is one thing I want to point out to everybody. Okay, look at his arm, his hand right here. Let me see if I can zoom in even more. See the way his hand is right there?
Mhm.
Can you see that? See if I can zoom in some more. Okay, so that's how his hand is. That says to me seizure.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
think he
It
had a
very well.
seizure on the street.
Yeah,
That's why I think his body was laying like that as well.
from the head trauma. Yeah, he certainly
Right.
could have been seasoned.
Let me see what this one is. Okay, that's just a road picture. Let me see here. So this is from the full report. This is just another drawing showing the position, the measurements. Okay. Now here's the shoes. Now there was some talk about dry mud, wet mud. Now you can tell, let me zoom in some more here. Now see how you got this color of tan and it's kind of up here on the shoe where it's interrupting those stripes.
Hmm.
Yes, Angela, his brainstem was separated. That just came out recently. The brainstem was detached. So that's why I think he was, when I heard that, that's when I came to the conclusion that he was incoherent somehow, but could stand up. And then somebody drove by and struck him with a object. Because how else are you gonna? I'm just. You look at the injury, and you look at the type of injury which we will be getting into here, and then you look at the fact that it was just a partially dislocated shoulder, but then your brain stem is separated. To me, that says that you were standing up when somebody came by and struck you with an object. You fell down, you had a seizure, and that's why you bled the way that you bled out on the street. Good night, Dre. Thank you for hanging out. So, this is what I want to bring up about the mud, okay? So, you look at this tan part inside of the grid pattern of the shoe, which matches the tan color that interrupts the two stripes on the sole of the shoe. So, that's obviously dried mud. You look at the bottom of the shoe, okay? It's a darker tan, which that is the moist mud. Now, why would somebody on a pavement, asphalt, in the middle of the summer have a whole crap load of dirt on the bottom of their shoe? And this is why I want to explain to Carol real quick why I think something took place like this. I'm gonna get rid of this address. I'm gonna get rid of this one, and I'm gonna get rid of this one. And the reason that I think that there's mud on the bottom of that shoe and not it being rubbed off from the pavement, because if you're walking on hot asphalt, that dirt's going to come off, especially if you're walking a ways. So I'm going to drop Google guy right by the body was found right by that pole. Okay. So
Hmm.
you see the pole on the street, body was found right there. The reason I think his shoes were full of mud is because this house was vacant at the time of the crime.
Ooh.
When you look at it from zoom back bird's eye view, and I will when we leave the Google, dense woods all around. So when this house out here on a country road is vacant, you're in a small town. I'm sure it's known to be vacant. You can pretty much do whatever you want inside the house, or you can do whatever you want in those woods because it's so dense. That's why I think something took place at this property and ended up coming out here. That's why I think some kind of assault took place here and somebody brought him out here to stand out in the middle of the road so they could finish the job.
That makes sense. It really
That's
does.
why I think there was dirt, because we're going to go back to that picture. How are you going to tell me
Because
that
that mud
those,
is still wet.
look at how dirty, look at how muddy that is. It's caked
Hmm.
up in the front
Yeah.
and in the heel where the
Mhm.
pressure, where the most pressure is going down on your foot when you're walking.
Exactly. Yeah.
That would have came off in a good 50 steps walking down pavement, in my opinion. It would have scraped off. This, it's almost like he went from dirt and ran out a few steps onto the pavement, and that was about it.
Hmm. Very
So this is
interesting
his
theory.
phone. It just makes sense. It's who did it. That's where I'm like, because when you go, this is why I think, like, if it was Mark, this is why I think this spot comes into play. And maybe it didn't necessarily happen at that property, but it happened close if Mark was involved. And this is why. Because if Mark, and this is where the car was found, if Mark found out about the fishing trip, was jealous as hell, you've already seen the kind of threats he was making, even to Steven's sister, saying that she's the one that got him killed over drugs, making threats that he could only hold the Jersey boys off for so long. So, I, when it comes to Mark, this is my theory that Mark, hey, I'm already knowing, I'm already upset, and this and that. Hey, why don't you meet me? Because you can go up and down this country road. It is the only part of this country road that has this little patch off to the side. And you can sit there and look at this like a driveway, but let me show you something else. I bet you it wasn't even barely used as a driveway. The person that lives the closest to that road, which is on this property, right? So here's that road that looks like a driveway. The person that lives on that property, their driveway comes down here and hits Martin Williams. You ain't telling me that they're going to go all the way out this way when they can literally just go right out the front of their house and go this way and hit that way. That driveway was probably barely ever
Yeah.
used. This spot was probably a meeting spot. And if he did get chased, because his mom says that he did get stranded often, and he already would run through woods. There was already reports of him getting chased through woods. And when you look at this, if he really did run through woods, he could have easily ran down this direction, hit this crack in the corn, because you know the area, and then you're coming out over here. And I want to show you something on this property here. And you would know about this trail too. This trail, you hit the trail, you're running, you're running, you're running, you're running, and you come right out to Sandy Run Road, and you're just a short distance from where the body was found. So I could see that being a possibility as well.
Hmm.
But the other one, I think that property's involved somehow.
What is the address of that property? Do you know?
Here, I will send you. I have, and I'll put it in chat. I'll put it in private chat for you too. This is a Google Map location. I'll share it real quick. This has all the addresses. It has Moselle. It has where the vehicle was located. It has where the body was found. This has the closest gas station that they refer to in the reports, the closest gas station that he was away in the opposite direction of. So that's the gas station. I also included the father's residence where he was staying, and I also included Sean Connolly's residence when it comes to him being involved in this theory where he was driving down Sandy Run Road to go home and he hit Steven. That's his residence right here. So this
And
is a link that has all of those locations.
okay, does it have on there Sean's grandfather's? What is it? I had it in my last video.
McMillan
I've got it in my
Farms.
notes. Yes. Does it? Is it on there?
Yeah, that's McMillan Farms right there. Here, let me
Okay.
go back to it. Right here, it's if you just click on that link, Silky,
Okay.
it'll have all of those destinations already set up. You'll have whatever you see on
Okay.
my screen will be the exact same thing that you'll get on yours. So you can have
Okay.
all of the exact locations of each thing. You got the father's residence where he was staying, the closest gas station, Moselle, Murdaugh. You got where the vehicle was found. You got where the body was found, and then you got McMillan Farms with the Sean Connolly theory involved in it.
Okay.
And I'll put that in
Awesome.
private chat for you too if you want that.
Okay. I can
Yeah,
figure
that's
out
how I
the.
do my Google stuff for these cases now. I figured out a way that I can save it. That way it just pops up. And then if I don't want a location in the whole thing I'm talking about, I just remove it. Because it comes in handy because when you get rid of the gas station and you get rid of let me see here, and then you get rid of I think Brunson's one. Then you can switch it to the walk. And then that will you well if he was walking, then
Yeah.
that's the route he would have took, you know.
Right.
And that's why I think his phone was dead because why are you going to walk 2 hours home? When you could have called your sister. Sandy Smith already stated in multiple interviews that Stephanie was waiting up for him to call because somebody had messed with his battery cables that morning and she had to go out there and help fix it. And so she was staying up that night in case somebody was going to be trying anything funny again. And so she didn't even get a call and she stayed up. So to me, that tells me that his phone was dead because why are you going to walk 2 hours in the middle of the night when you could have called your sister?
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
phone had to have been dead.
Mhm. Or, I mean, depending on what happened. I mean, was he? You know, I don't know. Of course, the toxicology says negative for everything, so he wasn't
Yeah,
under
but
an influence. But if
that's
that's
what
correct,
that's what that's according to Ernie Johnson and Aaron Presido.
yeah, yeah.
So
So there you go. But I mean,
we'll never know about the toxicology, truly, in my opinion, because I can't believe anything that they put.
for
So,
sure.
and now, we understand with the body 8 years later, we can't, but the toxicology, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I feel the way that, and we'll get into these pictures, but when we get into them, I feel like he was kind of standing there like this, just kind of, and maybe somebody was even holding him, and that's why his shoulder was partially dislocated because somebody was holding onto his arm. And when somebody drove by and struck him with an object, his body got flung, but somebody was holding onto his arm
Yeah,
just enough to where it would partially, not dislocate it, but partially. And
yeah,
I could see somebody holding onto his arm, making sure he wasn't moving. Because to be able to separate what got separated, and for that 7.25 inch wound,
hmm
somebody had to have driven by and I could definitely see partially torn shoulder because when he got hit, body gets from the the force gets tossed and somebody's holding onto it, so his shoulders go in the opposite direction of where his body's going. There's your
Yeah.
partial dislocation.
Yeah. That makes sense too. And I can't remember what interview it was, but somebody, you know, of course, they haven't gone on official record, but they were saying, yeah, this is where it went wrong, and um, I was present, and yes, he was hit with I think they did say baseball bat or something.
Yeah, one of the I think it was Todd Proctor, when he found out that it was a hit and run, he went to talk to Aaron Presnell, and that's when she told him that it was not a gunshot wound. He then asked her, could it have been from a baseball bat? And she said no. And then he said, well, do you think it could have been with a baseball bat, somebody driving by? And she said, possibly.
Well, that would certainly explain why there's no car parts, because I mean, being hit, something is not only going to break on the car and go into the side of the road or in the middle of the road, but it's also going to you're going to have particles on your body, in your hair, whatever. You'll have
Hmm.
tiny bits of something. And there was paint, but that was it as far as I know.
Hmm. You didn't like medicines? Okay, so I think some of these might be graphic. Okay, so this is it looks like road rash, and this is
Hmm.
on his hand. Oh, hold on one second. Cool, I can actually use it like a slideshow. I'm gonna have to do this from now on. So I think this is might have been what maybe you guys were referring to as maybe possible finger with blood. Now, I've heard two different reports. I've heard the reports that the blue specks were on the shirt, and I've heard that the blue specks were on the shorts. Okay, so very graphic. So I don't know how, if somebody's going to bleed like that, they're going to be placed there and then that happens.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking when I saw it, because I had not seen that, but that was on the documentary. Now, was that? How does the road grade? Like, is it going down? It would be to Steven's right. Is it like running downhill that way?
Let's take a look. Hmm. It would have to be.
I mean, you would think, but then it looks like
It
the
has to be.
the most damage is right there,
It
close.
I think it's just part of the road, and I think it does tilt a little bit that way, but I think what happened is it started to collect here, and then because of gravity, it started to just kind of come this way a little bit. I think most of it ended up a few feet away, and then just because like when it's raining on a road, they do kind of uh landscape it so the rain can drip off to the side of the road. And so I think that's what, because the middle of the road is pretty much going to be flat. And then when you get towards the middle outer part, that's when it kind of slopes down a little bit just for the rain purpose.
Yeah.
And so that's what it looks like to me. It was just like maybe slightly, but it collected mostly right there. And then because of gravity,
Hmm.
it slowly started to remain, have a little bit of a remainder coming towards the outside.
I was on before I saw that picture, and I didn't see it that graphically, but before I saw that, I was on, team. Yeah, he was unalived somewhere else and dropped there, but there is no way that he could have sustained that kind of injury and been in somebody else's vehicle and it not be everywhere.
That's what I'm saying, Silky. Like as soon like I had a, like to me, because when I even seen the pictures that weren't graphic, I was like, there's no way that's a hit and run. You're in the middle of the freaking road. Your shoes are on there like that. Once I saw the actual crime scene, I was like, that's when I totally like was like, there's no way
Yeah.
that this dude was dropped off.
But isn't the initial, and we're talking about the first, coroner's report or whatever, I thought they said that there was no blood there at the scene. That there wasn't splatter or
Right. So what that they so it's almost so there isn't what they're saying is that okay, so by them striking the head, right?
Mhm.
They're saying there's no splatter that came off that initial strike in another
Okay.
location. The blood is just right there where it's at.
Okay, I totally misunderstood that because I'm like, there's no blood anywhere, then it's not there.
And that's what I thought too until I seen them crime picture or
Yeah.
the photos, and then after that I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
this this and then that's when I started really like I had thought about that house. We had Suzanne Andrews on for an interview,
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
I had got into Google Maps doing something, and then she was like, hey, that house was vacant at the time, and I was like, what? So then I really started wondering, like, okay, well, if it wasn't a hit and run, his body's there. It's a vacant house. I started looking at the bird's eye view of it, and I'll show you that real quick. I started looking at the bird's eye view of it, and I'm like, okay, well, there's a house kind of there, but really, if you look at how dense these woods are,
Mhm.
right here, the house is right here. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
look at these woods.
very dense. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And so
So then to me,
rural.
I'm like, hmm.
And so rural and so late or early in the morning, late at night, whatever. People are not paying attention. They're not going to hear anything. They're not going to see anything.
Nope. And I'll show you another picture. This is a different uh angle of it, okay? There's no way with these injuries
Mm-mm.
that it did not happen there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, nobody put a towel around his head. Nobody was able to put their hand over it to place his body down there. That's
No.
why I keep coming to the fact of he had to have the assault took place somewhere else. The initial assault took place somewhere else. He's doing this kind of thing, not really in it. Somebody's holding his hand to hold him up, and somebody's driving by and hitting him with an object because I just don't see how it happened any other way. But I'm not, I don't investigate these things, so I don't claim to be. Uh,
That makes sense, though. It really does. I mean, especially, yeah, I guess it depends on what the second autopsy says about the dislocation. But from what you're saying and from what we know right now, it makes sense. Somebody was holding on to him, and then boom, and then you had partially. I could see that.
Yeah, while somebody's holding on, holding your hand, to make sure, or your arm, and then your body goes this way, they're still holding on to you.
Right.
It's enough force not to dislocate, maybe to dislocate, but to partially dislocate. To me, that says somebody was holding your arm
Yeah.
when you got struck.
Yeah. Unless there's some other explanation during the autopsy or, some other injury, I guess. But if there's no other injury to explain that, then yeah, that's what it looks like to me too.
And these scrapes on the right arm are 6 inches in length.
Wow.
So, and that's on the right arm. But to me, I'm looking at this hand, and it's telling me seizure. And the only reason I say that is because I was watching the Miami Dolphins football game earlier this football season, and I watched that quarterback get hit in the helmet. And when he tried to do this and his hands did a whole bunch of shit, that's exactly
Uh-huh.
what his hands were doing. Was
Well,
that right there?
yeah, and I see seizures at work all the time. I mean, people come in all kind of situations, and a lot of people have, well, a lot of the inmates have we seizures. They're fake seizures. They ain't seasoned, but occasionally we have a real one, and because of the way that his fingers are, I mean, he could have been seizing right before he passed away,
Mm-hmm.
and uh kind of locked like that, because you can't, when you're in a true grand mal seizure, you can't like relax, like you're just stuck, like your body is,
It's
in that
froze.
position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think right when it happened, he fell down, and yeah, he had that gash, but
Mhm.
he was still alive for a few more seconds, and his body was, you know,
Because
uh,
that's what you do when you have brain trauma like that. That's
the left hand fingers look broken, possibly.
there is that one that's kind of discolored looking, and I couldn't tell because we can't see.
Oh, I see
See,
right here. You're right.
yeah,
Yeah, but I think, yeah, but your fingers also don't they do some weird shit like this when you're having a seizure too?
they do, or they can. They don't always, but
Right?
they certainly
So
can. Yeah,
I could see the hand doing some shit just like this kind of thing
yeah.
if I did that correctly in the cam there. But yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it could be broke too. But this is very telling, as when you look at the soles of these shoes.
Hmm.
I don't see any asphalt rubbing the dirt off that. And look at the asphalt right there. It's a hot summer night in July.
Hmm.
That pavement is cooking.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if it's 1 to 4 in the morning. That pavement is
yeah. It's
nice and toasty.
yes, it is.
So I don't. That's why I just feel that house right next to where the body was at, something happened there, and the fact that it's vacant is just too coincidental. You're living in a rural community. People probably know that it's a vacant house. It's secluded. So, as long as you're not starting a big ass fire or something, nobody probably would even know what's going on.
No,
It
they
could have
sure
been a
wouldn't.
secret spot.
I mean, that does make sense. I would love to know who owns that house. And they said it was vacant. Was it for sale? Was it a rental house? And who was
That's
the
what
owner?
that's what me and Pam were trying to figure out. Who owned that house July 8th, 2015?
And the defensive wounds, Cherry, here's the wounds that were stated in the report. Shoulder partially dislocated, defensive wounds on the right arm, which
Yeah.
is what you saw, the scratches. Uh, the hole was above the right eye, right up here. And that's what was stated in the report. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that, Carol. And thanks for being in here. I appreciate your thoughts.
And if he had a defensive wound, you're not going to try to defend yourself against a vehicle. It's not like you
Mm-hmm.
see a car coming and you think I'm going to push it out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
That to me says some other kind of trauma. Although I can see why. Looking at this, I can see where they thought this will fly as a hit and run because of just surface. If you don't dig too much, I can see where, oh well, he was found in the middle of the road. There's obviously blood, and he was hit in the head with something. um
Mm-hmm.
if people weren't really questioning the narrative, I can see where they'd say, oh yeah.
If you look in the report, I'm trying to remember what page it was. Page 92, there was an R kit done, but it was never processed. And you wonder why there would have been an R kit done on a hit and run. Okay. I think there was defensive wounds because an assault took place. I wonder if the
Yeah.
R kit was done because of not necessarily a sexual assault, but an assault in some other kind of way when it came to the whole assault that took place.
Mhm.
And I definitely think that he was somebody holding his arm while he got
Yeah.
struck. Um, where is that?
Yeah, I thought that was when I saw that about that kit, I was like, why would you do one of those on I mean, I had when I worked ER, we had to do those, and why would you do that on a hit and run? But yeah, I mean, obviously, to me that says they obviously suspected assault. So if you suspect assault, then why are you saying it's a hit and run? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make
Right?
sense.
Mm-mm. And this is another thing that's crazy because the whole hit and run to murder, highway patrol only handle one thing, sled only handles one thing, right?
Mhm.
And this is one thing that you'll find out in this report, page 57. It went from the county sheriff to the highway patrol to sled, then back to the highway patrol, then back to sled. Before sled even showed up the first time, Ernie Washington, which was the coroner, and Kelly Green, which was the deputy coroner, had already moved the body before sled showed up to investigate the crime when it switched back and forth from hit and run to a murder.
That's
Because
crazy.
sled only covers one, which is
Right.
murder. Highway patrol covers hit and run. So when
Yeah.
it was a hit and run, then they found out it wasn't a hit and run. So then they called up Sled. Hey, Sled, you need to come out here. So then Sled comes out there. Sled's out there. The body's already been moved by the coroner and the deputy coroner. Why?
Right.
Then sled gets informed that no, it's back to a hit and run. So then they hand the case back over to the highway patrol. Then they leave, and then they come back because then the highway patrol's saying no, it's not a hit and run because they kept getting told it was a hit and run. These LE were really trying to investigate this as a murder, not a hit and run, and they kept getting told no.
Imagine that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's page 57 if you want to see that in the full report. Yes, they moved the body. before SLED initially showed up to start investigating the crime, which SLED ended up being the people that were ultimately supposed to investigate it anyway.
Hmm.
So the whole, you got people, it's this, you got it switching from here to here to here. You got the attorneys contacted parents while they're sitting there waiting to ID the body. They haven't even
Yeah,
ID'd the body.
yeah,
You have all these different theories and players involved. There's so much confusion, there's so much switching hands, chain of custody missing, phone mom can't unlock even though she's supposed to, like, who knows. So I'm just hoping that, with these two, the Kenny Kinsey, Michelle Dupree, and the people that are involved, I'm happy that it's a 10 out of 10 for him. I appreciate Ken Kinsey's passion because he's like, I want to not only have the truth out there, but have it to where somebody can actually come forth and say, yeah, this is what happened. Then they don't have to feel the threats and they don't have to feel like they
right.
can't say nothing. And thank God there's a reward, because usually people are only able to offer 5 or 10,000, and the fact that they're offering 35, I'm thinking they're playing a really great chess game, and I hope they really do win because it
Yeah,
sounds like they got the right people on this case now.
yeah, I sure hope. And Pam just said they even tried to blame Sandy's family for Maggie and Paul. Is that I assume retaliation? And I think there was it Alec or somebody tried to say it was from the why can't I think it's brain brain freeze, the girl the girl that died in a boating
Oh,
accident.
Mallory.
Mallory. I started to say Mallory and it didn't sound right. But yeah, I've heard both that, the Murdochs tried to say, "Oh well, it's these people because, they think we're responsible." Is that what you're talking about, Pam? Oh yeah, McMillan is very close to. See, it gets very convoluted because there's so many what ifs, but then you keep going back. The one thing that you take all these rabbit trails and you go all around, but the one thing that does keep coming up over and over and over is Murdoch. If they had not been contacted about, oh, and then they really didn't do anything, they just kind of stopped the investigation, then I think they would have had, honestly, a better chance of saying, oh, it was Sean, it was Mark, it was some guy that he met, it was from the escort. But when you put yourself right in this investigation from the get-go, you know here we go. It looks like a typical Murdoch cover up. I mean,
Right? Create enough fog between you and the truth.
right. Exactly.
Oh, wait, it could have been this. Oh, wait, it could have been that. Oh,
Right.
wait, is it this? You got it's all that fog from the truth. And they were able to do that for so long.
Mhm.
Grandpappy was an ace at it, you know,
Absolutely.
and as the entitlement sets in, patrol to SLED, then back to the highway patrol, then back to SLED. Sorry, everybody. My computer froze for a minute there, so I'm just backing it up for a few minutes. And we'll be ending the episode here soon. And I'm going to drop another link to another episode I want you to check out in the meantime. I won't be streaming tomorrow, probably. If I do, it'll be at the Hangout channel. But definitely check this out tomorrow night during the time I'd usually be going live. I'll show that link in a second. Come on. Come on, computer. Oh, come on, computer. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Probably not. What is going on? If you can hear me, everything else in my computer froze. Give me one moment here. Come on, computer. It's not doing nothing. I guess I'm just gonna have to. I don't know if you can hear me still or not. I'm just gonna have to shut it down, and it's not doing nothing. I can't. I'm just gonna have to shut it down and boot back up. Just give me a few moments. I apologize. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second here. Everything just froze up there. I switched the avatar for you guys. All right, give me 1 second. I apologize. Uh, so I'm going to go into the last few minutes of this. Let's see. Sorry about that. Everything just froze up on me. It did it for a second, and then it did it again for good. I tried to wait, but I just had to do it like that. Sorry about that. Then I'm going to share the link with you for an episode to check out tomorrow night when I'm not, because I probably won't be live unless it's the Hangout. To be honest, I'll probably do a little live at the Hangout for tomorrow night, and I might be doing one after this show too.
That to me says some other kind of trauma. Although I can see why, looking at this, I can see where they thought this will fly as a hit and run because of, just surface. If you don't dig too much, I can see where, oh, well, he was found in the middle of the road. There's, obviously blood and he was hit in the head with something.
Mm-hmm.
If people weren't really questioning the narrative, I can see where they'd say, "Oh, yeah."
If you look in the report, I'm trying to remember what page it was. Page 92. There was an ARC hit done, but it was never processed. And you wonder why there would have been an ARC hit done on a hit and run. Okay. I think there was defensive wounds because an assault took place. I wonder if the
Yeah.
ARC hit was done because of not necessarily a sexual assault, but an assault in some other kind of way when it came to the whole assault that took place.
Mhm.
And I definitely think that he was somebody holding his arm while he
Yeah.
got struck. Um, where is that?
Yeah, I thought that was when I saw that about that kit, I was like, "Why? Why would you do one of those on a?" I mean, I had when I worked ER, we had to do those, and why would you do that on a hit and run? But yeah, I mean, obviously, to me, that says they obviously suspected assault. So if you suspect assault, then why are you saying it's a hit and run? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make
Right?
sense.
Mm-mm. And this is another thing that's crazy because the whole hit and run to murder, highway patrol only handle one thing, sled only handles one thing, right?
Hmm.
And this is one thing that you'll find out in this report, page 57. It went from the county sheriff to the highway patrol to sled, then back to the highway patrol, then back to sled. Before sled even showed up the first time, Ernie Washington, which was the coroner, and Kelly Green, which was the deputy coroner, had already moved the body before sled showed up to investigate the crime when it switched back and forth from hit and run to a murder.
That's
Because
crazy.
sled only covers one, which is
Right.
murder. Highway patrol covers hit and run. So
Yeah.
when it was a hit and run, then they found out it wasn't a hit and run. So then they called up Sled. Hey, Sled, you need to come out here. So then Sled comes out there. Sled's out there. The body's already been moved by the coroner and the deputy coroner. Why?
Right.
Then Sled gets informed that no, it's back to a hit and run. So then they hand the case back over to the highway patrol. Then they leave, and then they come back because then the highway patrol's saying no, it's not a hit and run because they kept getting told it was a hit and run. These LE were really trying to investigate this as a murder, not a hit and run, and they kept getting told no.
Imagine that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's page 57 if you want to see that, the full report. Yes, they moved the body before SLED initially showed up to start investigating the crime, which SLED ended up being the people that were ultimately supposed to investigate it anyway.
Hmm.
So the whole, you got people, it's this, you got it switching from here to here to here. You got the attorneys contacting parents while they're sitting there waiting to ID the body. They haven't even
Yeah.
ID'd the body.
Yeah.
You have uh all these different theories and players involved. There's so much confusion, there's so much switching hands. Chain of custody missing, phone can't, mom can't unlock even though she's supposed to. Like, who knows? So I'm just hoping that, with these two, the Kenny Kinsey, Michelle Dupree, and the people that are involved, I'm happy that it's a 10 out of 10 for him. I appreciate Ken Kinsey's passion because he's like, I want to not only have the truth out there, but have it to where somebody can actually come forth and say, yeah, this is what happened. Then they don't have to feel the threats and they don't have to feel like they
Right.
can't say nothing. And thank God there's a reward because usually people are only able to offer 5 or 10,000, and the fact that they're offering 35, I'm thinking they're playing a really great chess game, and I hope they really do win because it
Yeah.
sounds like they got the right people on this case now.
Yeah. I sure hope. And Pam just said they even tried to blame Sandy's family for Maggie and Paul. Is that I assume retaliation? And I think there was it Alec or somebody tried to say it was from the why can't I think it's brain brain freeze the girl the girl that died in a boating
Oh,
accident.
Mallory.
Mallory. I started to say Mallory and it didn't sound right. But yeah, I've heard both that the Murdochs tried to say, oh well, it's these people because they think we're responsible. Is that what you're talking about, Pam? Oh yeah, McMillan is very close to. See, it gets very convoluted because there's so many what ifs. But then you keep going back. The one thing that you take all these rabbit trails and you go all around, but the one name that does keep coming up over and over and over is Murdoch. And if they had not been contacted about, oh, I'll represent you, and then they really didn't do anything, they just kind of stopped the investigation, then I think they would have had, honestly, a better chance of saying, oh, it was Sean, it was Mark, it was some guy that he met, it was from the escort. But when you put yourself right in this investigation from the get go, you know, here we go. It looks like a typical Murdoch cover up. I mean,
Right? Create enough fog between you and the truth.
right. Exactly.
Oh, wait, it could have been this. Oh, wait, it could have been that. Oh,
Right.
wait, is it this? You got it's all that fog from the truth. And they were able to do that for so long. Grandpappy
Mhm.
was an ace at it,
Absolutely.
and it sets in for each generation. It gets less and less and less until the dynasty crumbles because it reaches a generation where the the pendulum switches and it goes from protecting to feeling protected. You don't have to worry anymore instead of always being on top of your crap, making
Right.
sure. So over generation you got this, and then it went to this. And I think like they said, after 2 weeks of starting the investigation into Maggie, within 2 weeks, they had something to reopen the case, and
Yeah.
I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen quick, and I have a feeling that when they find out who did what, and I think they will. And I think when they find out who did what, I don't even think it's going to be a trial. I think it's going to be a confession, and I think it's going to be a closed plea deal.
Yeah.
Here's the answers. Here's everything that came out. This is what led us here. This is how we got connected. But yeah, it definitely smells like a cover up. Even this Daryl stuff, we're just putting smoke out there.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think because of public interest and the new autopsy and all that, I think you're right that there will be a confession. Um, especially if it's who we think, but because they're not afraid anymore.
Hmm.
It's not that I'm terrified to go to sleep if I say the wrong thing. And honestly, if they have enough evidence against any one of the Murdochs, they've just spent a whole lot of money on Alex trial, so they're not gonna want to put out that cash. It'd be better to do a plea deal.
Yeah, they don't have it. And
Yeah,
then, at the same time, these people, they already know in the back of their head, if I speak up, I could be freaking murdered.
right, right. Well, I think that's the same
So,
thing that goes on in Delphi.
right. Exactly. It's, you speak up, you know what can happen. And that's the
Mhm.
crappy thing about it. Um, but yeah, it's, I just got a really good feeling. I don't know the people that they got on the case. I never thought about a golf club either, Carol. By the way, it is very true.
I heard
Reading the
something
Big
about
Bertha.
yeah.
I don't
I mean
trust Mark either. I really
I heard
don't.
oh no, no. I did hear about a golf club a couple of weeks ago, and that kind of makes sense too. It's going to be very telling when they get in their the autopsy results to see what these new examiners think could have been the weapon.
I mean, it would make a 7 1/4 inch. It said gaping hole,
Mhm.
gaping hole, in a golf club, a 9 iron or something like that could
Yeah.
make sense too, Carol. Seriously,
Yeah. Very much.
it really could.
And it's not like the Murdochs didn't have those at their disposal.
Right?
You know.
It's just I don't know. I just feel weird about Mark. And and we got to understand the only reason that these two people are people of interest in the case because when you read through the whole 110 pages, you see little bits of stuff here, you see little bits of stuff there, but the only thing that Ellie can really go off of right now is what's in the report on page 28,
Damn,
and
all these
that's Daryl
pages, yo.
stating that Patrick told him that Sean hit the vehicle. What I think, really, in my opinion,
All
is
these
going to
pages.
take place is they're going to
Boom.
find out that this hit and run story isn't real. The pressure's going to be put on them, and that's what's going to lead them to the person that they need to talk to.
Yeah. And I mean, I can see where they could, why they would easily think, oh, well, we're, talking about smoke screens. Oh, well, we're going to, coerce Patrick and Sean and, implicate this whole thing and leak this story because Sean and Patrick were friends with and in the friend group with the Murdochs.
Right.
So, I mean, how would it be if they said, "Oh, okay, well, we're going to blame you for this, whether it was the boat accident or something else. We've got enough crap on you. We're going to put you away unless you say, "Oh, it was an accident." Sean, saying, "I hit something, I didn't know what it was, didn't see a person." The most that he would get out of that would be manslaughter. And they could, how they will and deal. He might have gotten 10 years of probation.
Well, this is what I think.
Me and Silky were
So
on
you
fire in
have
this episode.
okay, so you have reports
Shout
of
out
people
Silky.
in a truck harassing him at a gas station.
Yes.
You have
if you go into a lot of the audio, if you go into the interviews episode, where there's audio interviews that we went over, um, there's somebody named Xavier.
Yes.
There's Sean, not in the interview. There's Sean. There's Patrick being named. They're all friends. Now, Xavier claimed to not know any Murdaugh except for the girl Murdaugh. That's a bunch of bullshit. Okay?
Oh yeah.
You were friends with him on social media, even.
Yeah.
You live in a small
It's a bunch
town.
of
You
bullshit.
fucking know what you probably know what
Absolutely.
his favorite burger is. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I think, again, I think these guys got together. Mark claims that when he was talking to Steven, he heard muddy tires driving down the road and dogs barking. I think there was dogs in the back of a truck. I think there's a bunch of people in the truck. I think those people, that group of people that hung out together,
Mm-hmm.
assaulted him and knew that it went beyond a point that they couldn't go back, and they had to finish it and make it look like something took place on the side of the road.
I tell you what.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why, because Daryl, and
I
this
just
is the
don't
only reason why I
stop. I
think
just
that
keep
Daryl's
coming.
story is true,
I just keep
because
coming.
Daryl states that when Patrick was telling him this story, as soon as he got done, he walked out the door and puked. And to me, you're not going to puke if your best friend, even if they did hit somebody, you're
Yeah.
not going to puke. You're going to puke because you remember
Right.
seeing somebody
Not from a
getting
raccoon or something.
unalived.
Yeah, not
And
from a
even though
raccoon.
you're
or
telling a
something.
lie of a story,
Not
your
a cat.
mind isn't telling you a lie of a story, because your mind's going back to that time, so then you can figure out what lie you're trying to tell. And your mind is remembering what really took place. And what's going to make you puke is seeing something like that happen.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And
Yep.
you know that when I first heard this case, of
That's
course,
why I got
that's
this next
my
link
first
for you
thought
guys to
of
check out.
a very similar scenario. You know, this is what happened. It got out of hand, and then they're at the point, well, we can't leave him like this. We're gonna have to fix it. Um, but then you know, but then all this other stuff comes up, and all these other theories, and all these other potential things that happened. You know, you're like, geez, I don't know, but that actually makes the most sense.
Well, it's like any of these theories, Silky. 75% of it makes sense, and then there's 25 telling you that it just can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you got the Sean theory. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like what Kib Kitty and others mentioned earlier. He got off on murder charges. So
Right.
the Murdaughs got him off on those murder charges. Who says that? I'm just, I don't know. I feel like a group, and they were involved. I feel like a group is what took place.
Yeah.
Um,
Me too. And I don't think
Thank you
that
for
it
the
was
sub, Josie.
I don't think that it was premeditated. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it was a bunch of, you know, kids out using some kind of substance, you know, things get out of hand, whatever, you know. And I can't remember if it was Jessica. Somebody said that Stephen and Buster had, and again, I'm not saying that they had a, you know, that kind of relationship, but that Stephen would have felt comfortable enough to call Buster if he had run out of gas. Now, of course, I've also heard the theory that the whole out of gas thing was staged, you know, and that's what Randy Murdoch was doing out there, is making it look like, oh, okay, he ran out of gas, he was walking down the road, and you know, accidents happen, you know, whatever.
That's why I think it was if he didn't run out of gas, that's why I think it was a meetup spot anyway. And your theory or your thought, I agree with, because when I first started wondering how something like this took place and why the vehicle was found with the gas cap the way it was,
Hmm.
I initially thought
siphoned gas to make it
Yeah.
look like the car ran out of gas.
Yeah, because who takes your gas cap off if you're not putting gas in right at that moment? Why, like, you can't look in there and see if it's out of gas. You can't see
Right.
nothing in there. Why would you take your gas cap off?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I've ran out of gas before, and the only time that I've ever taken it out was just to be polite. So when somebody did show up to put gas in my tank, it was already open. So all they had to do was walk up and put it in or hand it to me, and I put it in. Other than that, you're not opening it up to check for gas.
Right.
So
And he
yeah, or
and
leaving your wallet.
his gas can was empty, so he clearly had not already gotten gas. So yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Mm-mm. I think it's just I think it was a meetup spot. It's just when you go up and down that road, Silky, and I went up and down the road on Google. There is no other asphalt cement patch on the side of the road up and down that road.
I'll be taking you to that.
That's
too.
the only one. And to me, if you're meeting it's a meetup spot. There was reports of him getting chased through the woods that his mom and his sister
Yeah.
said in interviews. I bet you that was the spot. I wonder if that was the meetup spot for the meetup spot.
I mean, it could have been.
You
Yeah,
know
the
what I'm
dark,
saying?
the
Yeah.
only patch off the
I
side
mean,
of the
it
road and
definitely
on
could
a
have
dark
been.
road.
But yeah, like I said
Woods going
earlier,
down. I'm gonna take you
you
down in the
follow
woods.
all these rabbit holes and these other paths, but yet somehow you keep coming back to Murdoch.
Yeah, and that's it. Just I don't know. 75 makes sense, and the other 25 don't in any of these theories, and I don't understand because I get to one and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. The Mark theory makes sense, but then it's like, well, why would the Murdaugh show up? You know,
Right.
the Sean and Patrick theory makes sense, but why would the Murdaugh show up? Then the Buster stuff makes sense, or the Paul stuff makes sense, but
Yeah.
then it's like, well, then okay,
75
like
and
it just.
25.
But then Mark is it's I don't know. It's just it's a crazy case. I don't know if anybody moved his right arm, Josie. I think he was having a seizure, and the way that his body is laying is because somebody moved his lower half to put the phone and keys back in his pocket. And I think the arms were positioned the way they were because he was having a seizure before he passed.
Yep.
One of the patsies got his charges dropped. Yeah. When I showed my 32-year-old son that story, he thought the gas was probably siphoned because when you don't open your yeah, exactly.
Right.
And that's what I thought. I was like, yeah, you stick a hose in there, you siphon it out real quick. I'm sure Grandpappy and Pappy were used to
Mhm.
doing some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hell, you
Yeah.
can go back to the grandfather's wife, how she mysteriously died. It goes, look that one up sometime. How Mama Murdaugh passed away because she was
Generations.
about to get a divorce from Pappy
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden passed away.
I either read an article or
Pray for me
watched a
when I
video.
go
I
there.
can't remember which one it was, but it traces from the great whatever grandpappy that started the law firm, and oh my
Mhm.
goodness, the drug trafficking and the drug connections all the way down the years. It's like, good lord.
Mhm.
uh
Yeah, pray for
you
me when I
know,
It
go
goes
and
there.
way back.
yeah, and of course, I'm sure if you're trafficking, then I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of other crimes that go along with the nature of that business that have to be covered up, which I'm sure they did for generations. Um, you know, and it's hard to say who knew what, but yeah, when you are that kind of family and you have that kind of history, and yeah, having somebody say, okay, senior Randy, come out and say, okay, this is the situation. We have a boy that has been unalived here, and well, what can we do? Well, his car's over here, you know, several miles away, but what we're going to do is we're going to make it look like makes perfect sense. He's
Mm-hmm.
probably done it before.
Right. And they probably had this person at the car, this person at the scene, this person making the phone calls. It's a whole
Exactly.
it's an operation. When you look up
Hmm.
the Pike County massacre in Ohio, that's a family operation right there.
Yeah.
If there isn't a family operation, they just weren't as powerful and as smart as the Murdaws. But the Pike County massacre is another case that is you're just like, whoa, family freaking operation.
Yeah, and then, add to that, first of all, the Murdochs had a lot of money, most of which they stole. But besides that, you have the size of the town, which is microscopic, and, they're one of the few rich families there. I mean, you can do anything you want, you can say anything you want. And I'm
Mhm.
sure, with their history and everything else, that's why Paul, you know, felt like he was untouchable.
Oh yeah, because he was at that part of the generation where
Right.
you didn't have to, it was all cleaned up for him.
Exactly.
It's the kid that your parents are always cleaning up your bedroom for you.
Yeah.
You're just going to continue to just leave shit laying around because you already know it's going to get taken care of.
Wish somebody would clean my house for me.
Pappy was just my spin. I don't know. It just came out of my mouth. It was it's all dirty, and just the fact that Alec brought up Steven's death, right? Why the hell? Yeah. Hey, son, that wasn't us, was it? Like, come on, man. Like you
Yeah.
even like you're a freaking lawyer. You know, is the shit's recorded as soon as you're being
Absolutely.
recorded and booking. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Come on, they got
And
microphones up there.
I am sure, being Alec, who he was, I'm assuming he was in some kind of isolation where they could have a camera on him all the time, because anybody that's high profile like that is going to be very closely monitored. And so, yeah, they're watching him, basically eat, do whatever he does. I mean, we do it at our jail. I mean, when you have to watch somebody, uh, you've always got a camera on. Somebody's always watching what you do. And let me just throw this out here. It ain't pretty.
Right?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, again. you know, it's you kind of read between the lines there, but people do whatever they do, even knowing that they're on camera. Sometimes they wave while they're doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
uh,
exactly. And you got to be a fool not to know that you're being recorded.
yeah, you're right. He was an attorney. He knew exactly how jail worked.
It was just some lame ass attempt to try and make it seem like we didn't have nothing to do with it. Of course not, Dad. Why would you even ask me that? Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're not going to win any kind of Emmy for that.
No. So it's just no matter what these theories are, why and Sandy Smith even said it herself. On the way back from IDing the body, she was driving by the crime scene because she wanted to take a look, and she saw Alec and Randy at the crime scene. Why are they
Hmm.
even there? You know what I mean? So it's just like,
Right.
what enough smoke and fog in between you and the truth. But I have a really good feeling that justice is going to be done for this
Yeah.
case. I have a feeling somebody's going to say something. It's the pressure's going to get there. The Murdaugh dynasty's fallen. The money's there. There's hard times. Somebody can clear their conscience, whether they participated or they know somebody who participated.
I just have a really good feeling that somebody's kept their mouth shut for a long time in that small community. And now it's with the evidence that comes out, the autopsy and all this stuff is 10 out of 10, hopefully giving them some sort of idea of what they can eliminate and what not to eliminate. And then that's when that person's going to be like, you know what? I can finally come to them and tell them what I know. And I don't have to sit back and wait for them to investigate what I'm telling them because
Right.
they already did the investigating. That's where my safety comes from because I don't have to wait for it. They already did it. They just need to know who. And once I tell them who, they're already in there. And once they're in there, then they're getting locked up right after that. That's where my safety is. And I think that's
Yeah.
how it's going to take place.
Yeah. And just that the the person, I can't remember what who it was that said it was 10 out of 10, but that alone is going to be great in court because if they scored a 10 out of 10, then that is absolutely, you know, a completely accurate autopsy. It's not
Right.
like, well, we only got 5 out of 10. Well, then the defense can come in there and, tear it apart. But
Yep.
10 out of 10 is going to be hard.
Oh, yeah. And that came from Dr. Michelle Dupree.
Okay.
and and she w- and I'm glad she didn't say 11 out of 10 because she was coming realistic. So because she said 10 out of 10, that means that it was 11 out of 10 in my opinion.
Yeah.
She was just being very professional about it, and when
Right.
she's being professional about that statement, then I have no other reason to believe it's anything less than a 10. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
justice is going to happen in this case, and it's
I
going to
do
happen
too.
soon. I
I
do.
do too. I mean, just the fact that we've gotten this far with the second autopsy is gonna, and once they release some results, and I know Ellie has to hold some things close. They don't want everything out there, but as more comes out, I think you're right. It's gonna make people more comfortable to say, I'm not holding this in anymore, for
It's going
sure.
to be great. Yeah, it's going
Yeah.
to be great. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Blessing me
I
with your
enjoyed it.
presence. I loved it. Talking some of this Stephen Smith. By the way, if you're not subbed to Silky, I'm going to throw her channel up there. She's got a lot of great Delphi videos, and she's starting to put the work in on this Stephen Smith case too. So go check out some of her videos. Here it is
Thank
right
you.
here.
I'd like to, if you don't mind, CJ, I would like to use some little clips of this,
Go
um,
ahead.
especially, the part about that. Man, mind blowing. I did not, which I skimmed over the whole report, and because the day that you read it, I was at work and I couldn't join on that reading, and I just haven't had time. But that white polo shirt, man, that's something else. I would love to have that clip in there for sure.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to use whatever you want. And yeah, it's just something, and it still doesn't make sense. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's just that's the biggest question I have is where did this white polo come from, and why is the person that claimed they saw a white polo is the same person that dealt with that cell phone first?
Mhm.
It's just it's too coincidental. So I don't know who this Singleton person is or what else, but I don't know. Just something seems really freaking weird. And I put in a lot of hours on this case and never heard, read, researched, came across anything other than a black T-shirt until I seen page 98 on that report.
Yeah. And if Randy was there, like everybody says, then what if there was some DNA evidence on that white shirt, even if he wasn't wearing it? Whatever happened prior to that? If was there DNA evidence, and all of a sudden that shirt went poof?
That's what I was thinking when when I first read that on the report, I instantly thought, because I thought there was an assault that took place at that property, I instantly thought somebody who was doing the assaulting, their DNA ended up on that white polo.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So it'll
Mhm.
be interesting for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I
Oh,
appreciate
you're
you.
welcome.
And if
Anytime.
you need any links to any of the stuff or whatever, just let me know, and I'll send them to you, so you can
Yeah.
have them as well. And I appreciate you covering this case too, because there's not a lot of people talking about it and haven't been talking about it, and it's just such a crazy case. I just need to put. I feel like I need to put a lot of work into it just because it's so crazy and there's not much. Now there is though the last few weeks, but
Yeah.
before that there really wasn't. It was all Murdaugh.
Right. Right. I know. I'm excited too. So yeah, the louder we, like I say, with Delphi and Flora and everything else, the more that we, yell about it and bring it up, the more attention it gets, and the more pressure it puts on people to do their job.
Mm-hmm. And the right thing is gonna happen. That's
Yes,
for damn sure.
absolutely. Well, thank you for having me, CJ. I always love to be on your show. I always tell
She's
people,
so awesome.
I love this. This is such a chill, uh, non-drama, no arguments, that kind of stuff. It's very refreshing. So I love to be on here.
And I appreciate it too. And you're so kind and you're so thoughtful and you're such an amazing person and you have such a drive for these cases that you cover. And I appreciate your passion and your dedication to them because it's people like you. Uh, we just do this shit on YouTube, but we do make sense and I feel we do make a difference. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And anytime you'd like to do something together, I'm always down. So whatever you want to do, let me know and we'll get together.
One of these days, I'm gonna figure out how to go live on my channel. I don't know anything about StreamYard. I'm like inept, but you.
She's such an awesome person. This is the episode that I was going to play for you guys because I was going to do a 7 hour show last night, but with the fire, it ended up being an hour and a half instead. I wanted to include this also um, as part of this, so I will have this link in description if you're not able to catch it now. This is the other part that I wanted to play at the end of this show that I was going to try and bring to you guys this weekend. This is the episode where this is the theory that I think is the one that makes the most sense to me. Um, and so I'll leave the link here. We'll definitely do a rewatch when I get to the location. Um, and if I find out more information from the landlord tomorrow about, what's going to be taking place, if the schedule's still on, uh, then we'll do it on the road. But if I have to be here longer, unfortunately, then I'll just end up doing the rewatch here. Uh, I I don't know. If the plans change, then I don't even know. I'll probably do it from a hotel or something. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. I haven't heard anything or seen anything as to this moment. So your guess is as good as mine when it comes to what my future is going to be here in the next few days or a week or a week and a half or whatever that may be. I have no idea. So fingers crossed, everything works out tomorrow. And, thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate it. I know it's a long episode already, but man, me and Silky were on it in this episode. It was just awesome. So I want to say thank you to Silky as well. But definitely put this in your playlist. This is the theory that I think makes the most sense. I'm going to go ahead and end this show tonight, and I'm going to say thank you everybody again for hanging out. And I'm going to go hang out at the lounge for a little while. for just a little while. Nothing crazy long. So if you're not sub to the lounge, if you want to sub to the lounge, there is the link. And I will see you in a few minutes. If you want to be up. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words, bro. And seriously, if you want to get on panel one of the nights that I'm on location, um, you know, as of right now, I'm going to say, as of right now, what I'm planning is to be there. I got to hit Myrtle Beach, then I got to go to Charleston for a few days. So I'm planning on being in Charleston probably Thursday or Friday. So that's what my plan is for right now. But again, depending on what I find out tomorrow, if I don't find out anything tomorrow, I might have to delay it another day. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to stick around here until I find out what's going on, because I definitely can't be coming back to a place where everything's boarded up and all of my possessions. You know, so that's the only reason I need to stay here, because if they're going to condemn this, then I need to be able to get my shit, put it in a storage unit or something, you know. So that's the only reason why I have to be here. So that's what I'm waiting to find out. Thank you all again. I appreciate it. Thank you for your thoughts and your prayers during this difficult time. I appreciate it. Definitely needed. Thank you for your patience and your understanding. And tomorrow I'm not going to be live unless it's at the hangout. I'm just going to be getting rest, and I got a lot of cleaning to do and a lot of stuff to do early. So thank you all. I appreciate you. Please check out the other link that I dropped in there for the other episode I was intending to put into this one. It definitely belongs. Thank you, everybody. See you a little bit here. It's just for a short amount of time. Good night.